When you are exposed, throwing soldiers from roof.
Peace be upon you, Altair. How may I serve you?
I've done as asked and learned all I need to know about my prey.
Then you must share your knowledge with me.
Abu Naqud is corrupt to the core and despised by his own citizens as a result. It appears he's been stealing money meant for the people of Damas and spending it on himself. Even as we speak, he flaunts his greed, preparing for a lavish party. His guards and servants should have their hands full dealing with the guests. They won't even know I'm there.
Most impressive, my friend. The others said you'd make a mess of things, but not I. No, I was sure you'd come through, and come through you have. The Bureau is yours to do with as you please until you're ready to begin.
Fast-forwarding memory to a more recent one.
Please, sir, have any money? I need food. I'm so hungry. Just a little money, I beg of you. A few coins. All I ask is for a few coins.
I'm not... Christian king and his army of infidels. They go against the will
Come no
of God
further.
and must be made to pay. Everywhere they ride, they only suffering in their wake. They say it is a crusade. A goal for what? Ignorance, violence,
Something?
madness.
War and sickness.
We must resist. We must fight them in any way we can.
What is that fool doing that?
Just a few coins, please.
I stand before you to deliver a warning. Should Richard take Jaffa, there will be no stopping him. He will march on Jerusalem next. We must end this before it has a chance to begin. That city is... It is our duty to defend it until death. The Crusaders must be destroyed.
Please, sir, have any money? My
The
family is
Shaitan
sitting
is
down.
everywhere.
Could you spare a few
Watching,
coins?
waiting. He tempts us always. Be
Come,
strong.
have a look. You won't be disappointed.
You shouldn't be here. Be gone.
اترك هذا المكان. اظهر نفسك مرة أخرى قريبا. أعرف أنك ستفعل. Welcome, welcome. Thank you all for joining me this evening. Please eat, drink, enjoy all the pleasures I have to offer. Take your time. I will wait. I trust everything is to your satisfaction.
Most excellent, most excellent.
Good, good. It pleases me to see you all so happy. For these are dark days, my friends, and we must enjoy this bounty while we still can. War threatens to consume us all. Salah ad-Din bravely fights for what he believes in, and you are always there to support him without question. It is your generosity that allows his campaign to continue. So, I propose a toast then. To you, my dear friends, who have brought us to where we are today. May you be given everything you deserve for it. Such kindness! I didn't think it in you. You, who have been so quick to judge me, and so cruel. Oh, do not feign ignorance. You take me for a fool. Like I have not heard the words you whisper behind my hat. Well, I have, and I fear I can never forget. But this is not why I called you here tonight. No. I wish to speak more of this war, and your part in it. You give up your coin quick as can be, knowing all too well it buys the deaths of thousands. You don't even know why we fight. The sanctity of the Holy Land, you'll say, or the evil inclination of our enemies. But these are lies you tell yourselves. No, all this suffering is born of fear and hate. It bothers you that they are different, just as it bothers you that I am different. Compassion, mercy, tolerance. These words mean nothing to any of you. Mean nothing to those infidel invaders who ravage our land in search of gold and glory. And so I say, enough! I've pledged myself to another cause. One that will bring about a new world in which all people might live side by side in peace. A pity none of you will live to see it. Kill anyone who tries to escape.
Down, infidel! Come back here! Coward!
سوف تموت هنا. Stop running! You cannot escape! Get away from me! Get out of my way! Out of my way! What are you doing?
Be at peace now. Their words can no longer do harm.
Why have you done this?
You stole money from those you claim to lead, sent it away for some unknown purpose. I want to know where it's gone and why.
Look at me. My very nature is an affront to the people I ruled. And these noble robes did little more than to muffle their shouts of hate.
So this is about vengeance, then?
No, not vengeance, but my conscience. How could I finance a war in service to the same god that calls me an abomination?
If you do not serve Salah ad-Din's cause, then whose?
In time, you'll come to know them. I think perhaps you already do.
Then why hide? And why these dark deeds?
Is it so different from your own work? You take the lives of men and women, strong in the conviction that their deaths will improve the lots of those left behind. A minor evil for a greater good? We are the same.
No, we are nothing alike.
Ah, but I see it in your eyes. You doubt. You cannot stop us. We will have our new world.
They leave horrors in their wake. Salah ad-Din arrives to meet
أنت تفهم.
Word has reached me of your success, Altair.
Abu Naqud's reign of terror is at an end.
I'm glad to hear it.
He killed them. The men and women at his party. It was poison. A coward's tool. Blamed them for the war. Said he wished to end it.
Strange, but then again, the Merchant King was known to be a bit different. Perhaps this was simply a symptom of his madness.
Perhaps.
You sound unconvinced. Speak with Al-Mualim then. He may offer a better explanation.
Yes, we'll see what he has to say.
to a more recent one. When the Animus shows you are being watched by an informant.
Come, Altair. Speak with me a moment.
As you wish.
Word has reached me of your success. You've my gratitude and that of the realm. Freeing these cities from their corrupt leaders will no doubt promote the cause of peace.
Can you really be so sure?
The means by which men rule are reflected in their people. As you cleanse the cities of corruption, you heal the hearts and minds of those who live within.
Our enemies would disagree.
What do you mean?
Each man I've slain has confessed strange words to me. They are without regret. Even in death they seem confident of their success. Though they do not admit it directly, there is a tie that binds them. I'm sure of it.
There is a difference, Altair, between what we are told to be true and what we see to be true. Most men do not bother to make the distinction. It is simpler that way. But as an assassin, it is your nature to notice, to question.
Then what is it that connects these men?
But as an assassin, it is also your duty to still these thoughts and trust in your master. For there can be no true peace without order, and order requires authority.
You speak in circles, Master. You commend me for being aware, then ask me not to be. Which is it?
The question will be answered when you no longer need to ask it.
I assume you called me here for more than just a lecture.
Very well. A rank and weapon are again restored to you. 2 more leaders remain. Go and see to it that their rule is ended.
Altair, it seems my students do not fully understand what it is to wield the blade. Perhaps you could show them what you know. The work of a master. And that, my students, is how we all should fight. You must be busy. I understand. Don't toss your weapons around so carelessly. You won't often get a second chance to strike.
Jar carriers can easily break your cover.
Rafik.
Word has spread of your deeds, Altair. It seems you are sincere in your desire to redeem yourself.
I do what I can.
And sometimes you do it well. I assume it is work that reunites us?
Yes. William of Montferrat is my target. What can you tell me of the man himself?
William has been named regent while the king conducts his war. The people see it as a strange choice given the history between Richard and William's son Conrad. But I think Richard rather clever for it.
Clever how?
Richard and Conrad do not see eye to eye on most matters. Though they are civil enough in public, there are whispers that each intends evil upon the other. And then there was that business with Akkar's captured Saracens. In its wake, Conrad has returned to Tyre, and Richard has compelled William to remain here as his guest.
You mean his hostage?
Whatever you wish to call it, William's presence here should dissuade Conrad from acting out.
I've never been one for politics.
But surely you realize your every action shapes the course of this land's future. You are a politician too, in your own way.
As you wish. Now where would you suggest I begin my search?
Richard's Citadel, southwest of here. Or rather, the market in front of it. You'll find the Cathedral of the Holy Cross in that direction as well. It's a popular place and should be filled with talkative citizens. Finally, try the border to the west, where the Chain and Hospitaller districts meet. That should start you on your way.
Very well. I won't disturb you further.
It's no trouble at all.
Leave this place! I will make you bleed! Can't feel my presence. That will cost you your life. You dirty thief! I'll have your hands for that!
Let go of me! I've done nothing wrong! Please, sir, have any money? Help! Anyone, please, help me!
Thief! This'll teach you not to steal.
Please,
A la Rislik.
Help! Heathen! This is where you die! Die, heathen! You're mine! How did this happen? Heathen, you'll pay dearly! You die here! Get him! Get him! Les flammes de l'enfer! You're mine! I can kill you! You think you can outrun me?
Thank you. They did not say what they wanted from me, but I saw the darkness in their eyes. I'm sorry, I have nothing to offer in return for your sacrifice, but I shall see to it that my brothers know you are a friend.
Lord have mercy.
He should stop acting like a child.
Quoi? Qui a fait ça? Je veux savoir! Il y a un assassin dans les parages!
Heathen, you'll pay dearly! Trying to kill me!
They let you come and go as you please. I thought the fortress was closed to all.
Aye, but William wishes to have repairs completed as soon as possible. It's been to our advantage.
The perfect cover. It's clever.
Anyway, I've finished my report and should deliver it.
For once, it seems things might go our way, and not by accident.
Well, the Bible does say God helps those who help themselves.
Nah, it doesn't, actually. That's from one of Aesop's fables. The Bible says quite the opposite, in fact. Many passages of being patient and faithful and waiting for the Lord to decide if he wishes to assist.
Well, I say we've waited long enough.
You'll hear no argument from me.
Very well. I'm off then.
Dear Lord, what happened? Dear Lord, what happened?
Val.
Oh my!
You're a fool! Maybe you didn't hear me the first time. Watch what you're doing!
How careless can one be?
Ah!
Be more careful.
Where's he going?
Did you not see me?
Die, thief!
Let go of me! I've done nothing wrong!
Bewegung!
What have I done?
Puisse le travail!
Fortune favours me today. God only knows what foul deeds those men intended to commit. Good of you to arrive when you did, stranger. I'll see to it that my husband hears of your bravery. Ow! What's this?
I wonder what's happened here.
You're somewhere you shouldn't be. Thief! This'll teach you not to steal.
Why are you doing this? What have I done?
Die, thief!
Somebody help me!
Moghraban wa-
Thank you. Thank you. I'll find a way to repay this kindness, I swear it.
So we've a murderer nearby.
You can use stealth kills to create a distraction.
He should stop acting like a child.
You are not allowed to be here. Leave.
Now wouldn't it be funny is there a reason for his nonsense?
Oh God, don't kill me! Oh, it's you, Altair. You scared me. Richard's men are after me. 2 of them, to be exact. I was trying to strike a deal with them, but I realized that they were toying with me, so I ran away. You shall be the angel of death and collect their heads before they collect mine. When it is done, I shall tell you of the deal.
Your life now! Now! I will make you clean! Healing blood! time! Tu as un problème?
You, sir! Stop it, please! You're
Who saw what happened here?
The family's sick and dying. Could you spare a few coins? No, please, don't leave like this. Just a few coins, please. The family's sick and dying. Could you spare a few coins?
What a relief it is to know that I am safe. Thank you, Master. I tried to make a deal with the Citadel guards to leave the gates open even when the alarm sounds. I failed you. So now your only escape from Richard's Citadel will be to climb the fortress walls. Forgive me.
This'll teach you not to steal.
What have I done wrong? Tell me.
I'll have your guy for that.
Suppose I should thank you, though don't think I couldn't have handled them myself. Still, you've done right by me. I'll see to it that the favor is returned.
Dark days indeed.
I beg of you, sir, I beg of you, just a few coins, please! No, you don't understand, I'm poor, sir.
You're somewhere useless, Steve. Leave before you get hurt. Come no further. Kill him! Kill the assassin!
Lend me your ear for a moment, Altair. William of Montferrat has replaced many of the district's honest merchants with men loyal to his cause. He seeks to weaken faith in King Richard by overcharging honest citizens for poorly crafted goods. These corrupt merchants must be removed. Find their stands and destroy them.
I wonder what he's up to.
But I need money, sir. I'm poor, I'm sick and hungry. Please, sir, have any money? I need food.
What the hell do
So
you
hungry.
want?
Just a little money, I beg of you.
I'll have your
Don't lose him! You'll never get away! You're mine! Over here! Don't lose him!
You hide, or you'll return.
Thank you for the help, Altair. It may seem a small thing you've done today, but it's important nonetheless. This bit of paper should prove useful when you finally face William.
He must not be of sound mind.
Family's sick and dying. Could you spare a few coins? Please, sir, have any money?
What's got him so far?
Glaubst du wirklich, dein Gott schert sich darum, was mit dir passiert?
Please, I've done nothing wrong.
You're dead man! Don't make me laugh.
Thank you, my boy. I only wish my sons were half as brave as you. I'll see to it that they hear this tale and know what it is to be a true hero.
This is an ill omen. There's a murderer loose. What is that man thinking?
Leave this place!
You're somewhere you shouldn't be. Leave before you get hurt.
Turned away from
Keep
God.
down, wir mit dem
And
Tode
so
weg.
he handled Keep strong, stand firm.
Please,
Go
someone do
pester
something.
someone else. Hinfort, Bettler!
Why are you so cruel?
Beweg!
Alla Rislik.
Der ist ein göttlichen Urteil! Die Rache Gottes! Eine Glocke nicht entkommen! Bin die Rache Gottes! I'll hunt you down! Es noch glücklich, aber du hast bereit verloren!
Long when you did. Another minute and they'd have made off with me. I owe you my freak.
William of Montferrat division. Sole way to end our pain. It's him we should follow. It's him will lead us to victory. And what do we have to show for it? Graves and widows and orphaned sons? King Richard promises a bad morrow, unspoiled land and new beginnings.
Heavens,
But he's delivered
what
only
is he
death.
doing?
We are too soft with our enemies. With one hand we engage them, but the other tries to embrace. What good could come of this when our king cannot decide what he truly
He's gonna
wants?
hurt himself.
But
And when
William
he
knows.
does, I won't
If
hurt
you would
him.
only listen. William of Montferrat division. Sole way to end our pain. It's him we should follow. It's him will lead us to victory. William of Montferrat division. Sole way to end our pain. It's him we should follow. It's him will lead us to victory. And what do we have to show for it? Graves and widows and orphaned sons? King Richard promises a better morrow,
Was macht dieser
unspoiled
Tod?
land and new beginnings, but he's delivered only death. And what do we have to show for it? Graves and widows and orphaned sons? King Richard promises a better morrow, unspoiled land and new beginnings, but he's delivered only death. We are too soft with our enemies. With one hand we engage them, but the other tries to embrace. What good could come of this when our king cannot decide what he truly wants? But William knows. If you would only listen. William knows. Sole way to end our pain.
Jar carriers can easily break your cover.
He's gonna hurt himself. And when he does, I... see someone do that before? I haven't.
I'll have your head!
The short blade is best for quickly fending off money.
How odd.
You're not supposed to be here. Leave.
Be not afraid. Fear and doubt are the weapons of our enemies. Do not listen to their lies. Poisonous words meant to sow the seeds of confusion. If you
And what do we have to show for it? Graves and widows and orphaned sons? King Richard promises a better morrow, unspoiled land and new beginnings. But he's delivered on...
It's forbidden for you to be here. You have no business here. Leave. Heathen!
You're somewhere you shouldn't be.
Good Christ! Assassin!
We are too soft with our enemies. With one hand we engage them, but the other tries to embrace. What good could come of this when our king cannot decide what he truly wants? But William knows. If you would only listen. Stand up, friends. Do not allow yourself to be sent to slaughter based on the whims and wishes of an uncertain king. We must rely on men who are stronger in their convictions. Men like William of Montferrat.
For none can withstand the might of King Richard's army. He is graced by God. It is only a matter of time, friends, before all the land is ours once more, just as it was meant to be. We turned away from God, and so He punishes us, sends hordes of brutal warriors to gather at our gates. But God is also merciful, and our past misdeeds may be forgotten. All we need do is ask. And so I say to you, repent
Leave now or I make you.
Poisonous words meant to sow the seeds of the innocent. You find yourself tempted. Go and
You shouldn't have done that.
Stop! Enough! Enough! What is it you want? Gold? I've a few pieces on me. Take them. Take them and go.
It's not gold I seek, but information.
I know nothing.
You know William. Tell me how to reach him.
It's impossible. He meets at the king.
And when will the king be gone?
Today. But it won't help you. They're sure to argue, and then William will retire to lecture the soldiers. So it always goes. Richard berates William. William berates his men. He won't see you.
I already told you. I need to see William. I never said he needs to see me.
Then our business is done.
Not yet, I'm afraid. There's one last thing I need from you.
What is it?
Your life.
And his men cannot hope to free the Holy Land. We must do all... Stand firm! Do not give up! Stay strong, citizens! Remain fixed in your beliefs, though the road is long and your trials many. Know that God watches over you. It is His hand that guides our warriors.
Leave, peasant, before I make you.
Reign in peace to the Holy Land, to spread the message of our Lord, but they turned away. They refused to accept him as their savior. These men hold... And so blessed Richard, king and savior, now stands against them, defending us from Be not afraid. Fear and doubt are the weapons of our enemies. Without our support, Richard and his men cannot hold.
Safety and peace, brother. Although it seems I'll be receiving neither. Serves me right, I suppose. Got a bit careless, and now William sent his bowmen after me. I deal with them myself, but to be honest, I lack the skill. Would you be willing to seek them out and kill them? I might have something useful for you, were you to accept. But be careful not to let them see you.
The Saracens are routed at every turn. We cast them out of Acre and pushed them from the countryside. Now they retreat to the south, begging Saladin to save them. But he will not succeed.
Please, sir, have any money?
Stay strong, citizens. Remain fixed in your belief. Though the road is long and your trials many, know that God watches over you. It is His hand that guides our warriors to victory.
You'll never get away!
No, please, don't leave like this. Just a few coins, please. The family's
A
sick
plague
tonight.
upon Saladin! A plague upon his people! We came in peace to the Holy Land to spread the message of our Lord, but they turned away. They refused to accept him as their Savior.
Coins, all I ask for is but a few coins. I beg of you, sir, I beg of you, just a few coins, please.
Thank you, Altair. I can once more move freely through the city. In exchange for your aid, take this map I prepared. It shows where William has stationed his other archers. Most useful should you find yourself inside his fortress.
A plague upon Saladin! A plague upon his people! We came in peace to the Holy Land to spread the message of our Lord that they turned away.
Gosh, has he gone mad?
Was willst du?
Did that hurt?
Gardez l'œil ouvert. Si vous l'apercevez, ne le laissez pas s'enfuir.
Push him again!
Please, I've done nothing wrong. Why are you doing this?
Pathetic. The old man's gonna cry.
Soyez vigilants. Il va revenir.
Oh!
Such a strange
You fool! I could have died!
Your life ends! He won't get away that easily! Catch him! Now! Get him! Move! Damn it! You're alive! Keep up with him! Don't let him get away! Done for! Just give up! He's running into the dead end! Finish! Be gone! Everyone's very wet!
Someone save me from this madman! He's trying to kill me!
This is an ill omen.
Craven bastard!
You are not allowed to be here.
It's forbidden for you supposed to be here. Assassin! Someone send for help! Good Christ! Assassin! You've no reason to be here. Leave now. Leave, peasant, before I make you.
Push him again! Foolish old man.
You are not allowed to be here. Leave. What was that you called me for, eh, heathen? Don't try to run, old man. There's nowhere to go. You're a dead man!
This is actually quite amusing.
Will you be quiet? No one's going to help you.
This is actually quite amusing.
You're hurting me.
Vindil,
I will make you die. Somebody do something.
Is that the last of them? I hope so. Still, best not to take any chances. I'll hurry home. Don't think I'll leave it again anytime soon, either. You've done me a kindness, young man. Be assured I won't forget it. These are dark days. Good Lord. Now.
I've done nothing wrong. Nothing. Oh!
Back again, Altair. Always in need of a hand to do your dirty work. This time, Al-Mualim did not order anything. It is just for my own pleasure that I ask you to find some Masyaf flags I've hidden in Richard's district. Since I am a loyal assassin unlike others, I will tell you what people are saying in Akka. It is important information. But this time, try to come back to me faster than the first time.
A few coins, all I ask for is but a few coins.
At every turn, we cast them out of Acre and push them from the countryside.
What have I done wrong? Tell me, please.
It's forbidden for you to be here.
Your hard work is changing my opinion of you. Here is what I know about William of Montferrat. He and Richard had a disagreement before the king left for Jaffa. Since then, William stays in his citadel, surrounded by his army. Do you have what it takes to attack him in this protected environment? We'll see, but I am still doubtful.
Bandit! J'aurais
أخرى بنوات.
Thank you. I'll find a way to repay this kindness, I swear it.
I'll be with you to the end.
I need money, sir. I'm poor, I'm sick and hungry. Please, sir, have any money? My family's sick and dying.
What can make someone move so quickly?
Kom, people! Scheint mir, Altair, auf der Flucht. Diebstahl wird mit dem Tode bestraft. Bewegung!
Puisse le Seigneur me donner la force. Get away from me! Les flammes de l'enfer font que j'arrive. Aidez-moi!
They did not say what they wanted from me, but I saw the darkness in their eyes. I'm sorry, I have nothing to offer in return for your sacrifice, but I shall see to it that my brothers know you are a friend. No, you don't understand. I'm poor, sir. I need the money.
You've no reason to be here. Leave now.
Altair, what brings you back so soon?
I've done as asked and armed myself with knowledge.
Speak, and I will judge.
William's host is large and many men call him master, but he's not without enemies. He and King Richard do not see eye to eye.
It's true, they've never been close.
This works to my advantage. Richard's visit has upset him. Once the king has left, William will retreat into his fortress to brood. He'll be distracted. That's when I will strike.
You're sure of this?
As sure as I can be. And if things change, I'll adapt.
Then I give you leave to go. End the life of Montferrat, that we may call this city free.
I'll return when the deed's been done.
Fast-forwarding memory to a more recent one.
He seems to be in a hurry.
Leave, peasant, before I make...
Leave this place!
Be not afraid. Fear and the Saracens are routed at every turn. We cast them out of Acre and pushed them from the countryside. Now
Bewegung!
3,000 souls, William. I was told they would be held as prisoners and used to barter for the release of our men.
The Saracens would not have honored their end of the bargain. You know this to be true. I did you a favor.
Oh, yes. A great favor indeed. Now our enemies will be that much stronger in their convictions. Fight that much harder.
I know our enemy well. They will not be emboldened, but filled with fear.
Tell me, how is it you know the intentions of our enemies so well? You who forsake the field of battle to play at politics.
I did what was right, what was just.
You swore an oath to uphold the work of God, William. But that is not what I see here. No. I see a man who's trampled it.
Your words are most unkind, my liege. I would hope I might have earned your trust by now.
You are Acre's regent, William, set to rule in my stead. How much more trust is required? Perhaps you'd like my crown.
You missed the point! But this is nothing new.
Much as I'd like to waste my day trading words with you, I've a war to fight. We'll have to continue this another time.
Do not let me delay you then, Your Grace. I fear there will be no place for men like him in the New World. Send word that I wish to speak with the troops. We must ensure that everyone is doing their part. Warn them that any negligence will be severely punished. I'm in no mood to be trifled with today.
Yes, my lord.
The rest of you, follow me.
This place is restricted. Be gone! Prévenez-moi si vous l'apercevez.
For shame!
He knows nothing!
He's wrong! Peace! Peace! Hold your tongue! Aye, he speaks falsely, but his words are not without some merit. To tour these grounds, it is easy to find fault, to see imperfection. I fear we have grown slack.
Why do you say this?
I see the way you train. You lack conviction and focus. You gossip and gamble. Tasks set to you are left unfulfilled or poorly performed. This ends today. Close the gates! Close the gates!
Get away that easily!
Stop him! Don't let him get away!
You can't get away from me!
schemes are at an end.
What do you know of my work?
I know that you are going to murder Richard and claim Akka for your son Conrad.
For Conrad, my son is an arse, unfit to lead his host, let alone a kingdom. And Richard, the Oncino is no better, blinded as he is by faith in the insubstantial. Acre does not belong to either of them.
Then who?
The city belongs to its people.
How can you claim to speak for the citizens? You stole their food, disciplined them without mercy, forced them into service under you.
Everything I did to prepare them for the new world. Stole their food? No. I took possession so that when the lean times came, it might be rationed properly. Look around. My district is without crime, save those committed by you and your ilk. And as for the conscription, they were not being trained to fight. They were being taught the merits of order and discipline. These things are hardly evil.
No matter how noble you believe your intentions, these acts are cruel and cannot continue.
We'll see how sweet they are, the fruits of your labors. You do not free the cities as you believe, but rather damn them. And in the end, you'll have only yourself to blame. You who speak of good intentions.
Stop the assassin! Eh bien, reste caché, sale lâche.
What news?
William of Montferrat is dead, and with him his plans for betrayal.
You've done well keeping Akka from his hands.
But why now, when the Crusaders require unity most? Could have waited.
Waited for what? For Richard to return and discover his schemes? No. It was the perfect time for him to strike.
Strange. I was sure he meant to take Akka for Conrad, yet he claimed this was not his plan.
You cannot trust the words of a snake, which even in death produces venom.
I should discuss this with Al-Mualim.
Yes, my friend. Make haste for Masyaf. I am sure he is eager for news.
Fast-forwarding memory to a more recent one. Selecting the hidden blade during fight would allow you.
Come, Altair. I would have news of your progress.
I've done as you've asked.
Good, good. I sense your thoughts are elsewhere. Speak your mind.
Each man I'm sent to kill speaks cryptic words to me. Each time I come to you and ask for answers. Each time you give only riddles in exchange, but no more.
Who are you to say no more?
I'm the one who does the killing. If you want it to continue, you'll speak straight with me for once.
Tread carefully, boy. I do not like your tone.
And I do not like your deception.
I have offered you a chance to restore your lost honor.
Not lost. Taken. By you. And then you've set me to fetch it again like some damn dog.
It seems I'll need to find another. A shame. You showed great potential.
I think if you had another, you'd have sent him long ago. You said the answer to my question would arise when I no longer needed to ask it. So I will not ask. I demand you tell me what binds these men.
What you say is true. These men are connected by a blood oath not unlike our own.
Who are they?
Non nobis, domine non nobis.
Templars.
Now you see the true reach of Robert de Sales.
All of these men, leaders of cities, commanders of armies.
All pledge allegiance to his cause.
Their works are not meant to be viewed on their own, are they? But as a whole, what do they desire?
Conquest. They seek the Holy Land not in the name of God, but for themselves.
What of Richard? Salahuddin?
Any who oppose the Templars will be destroyed. Be assured they have the means to accomplish it.
Then they must be stopped.
That is why we do our work, Altair. To ensure a future free of such things.
Why did you hide the truth from me?
That you might pierce the veil yourself. Like any task, knowledge precedes action. Information learned is more valuable than information given. Besides, your recent behavior had not inspired much confidence.
I see.
Altair, your mission has not changed. Merely the context within which you perceive it.
And armed with this knowledge, I might better understand those Templars that remain.
Is there anything else you want to know?
What about the treasure Malik retrieved from Solomon's temple? Robert seemed desperate to have it back.
In time, Altair, all will become clear. Just as the role of the Templars has revealed itself to you, so too will the nature of their treasure. For now, take comfort in the fact that it is not in their hands, but ours.
If this is your desire.
It is.
You are restored another rank. Take back your weapon. Use it to bring honor to the Brotherhood. Altair, before you go...
Yes?
How did you know I wouldn't kill you?
Truth be told, Master, I didn't. I took a leap of faith.
What would cause him to run like that?
When the Animus shows you are being watched by an informant.
Safety and peace, Malik.
Word that the city was possessed of either. Why do you trouble me today?
Al-Mualim has marked Majd-ud-Din for death. What can you tell me about him?
Salahuddin's absence has left the city without a proper leader, and Majd-ud-Din has appointed himself to play the part. Fear and intimidation get him what he wants. He has no true claim to the position.
That ends today.
You speak too readily. This is not some slaver we're discussing. He rules Jerusalem and is well protected because of it. I suggest you plan your attack carefully. Get to better know your prey.
With your help, I will. Where would you have me begin my search?
What's this? You're actually asking for my assistance instead of demanding it. I'm impressed.
Be out with it.
As you wish. Here's where I would look. First, to the southwest near the mosque. After that, head south of here. There are 2 locations that might interest you. The southernmost church is one, the other is in the streets, near a synagogue.
Thank you for your help, Dai.
Don't foul this, Altair.
No reason to be out here, old man.
Please, I've done nothing wrong. Why are you
You've
doing
no
this?
reason to be out here,
Go
old
away.
man.
Help! I need help. Please, help!
Hey, you are in the way.
Yes! Still, best not to take any chances. I'll hurry home. Don't think I'll leave it again anytime soon, either. You've done me a kindness, young man. Be assured, I won't forget it. The dark days indeed.
I know you now. I won't be fooled.
My family is sitting down. I just spare a few coins. Please, sir, have any money?
Did he just...
I beg of you. I beg of you, just a few coins.
Altair, I meant to meet a contact nearby, but the guards seem to have it in for me. Every time I leave here, I'm attacked and forced to flee. I'm simply not the fighter I once was. Would you be willing to see me safely to my destination?
Pay for your sins! Can't take much more of this!
What happened?
Such a shame. I'll have your... Who did this? You are I'll have your head! Come on,
a tragedy. Show yourself. But I say, this is an honor. To die in service to God. Fighting for what we believe in. There is no greater glory than this. Curse him! Curse
Infidel, die!
And his army of infidels! Step aside! Quickly! Infidel! Stand no chance against us! God is on my side! Mercy! Show mercy!
Good. I should be safe here. They won't dare spill blood in front of a holy place. In the chaos, I managed to grab this from one of the guards. Perhaps it'll be of use to you.
What damn you! Leave me alone!
The fires of war consume the land, and thousands of lives are lost in its defense. It seems a tragedy, but I say this is an honor to die in service to God, fighting for what we believe in. There is no greater glory than this. Praise be Salah-ad-Din! He has found the strength to stand in defense of our great civilization. Make no mistake, it is our very existence we are fighting for. The infidel king we are all wiped from the world. We must resist. We must push back. I stand before you to deliver a warning. Richard, take Jaffa. There will be no stopping him.
He's going to hurt himself.
Anyone help me!
What's wrong with
his horses? Get very rejected.
Your life ends now.
Maybe you haven't noticed already. Let's escape!
Your life ends now. Give up!
Would you come along when you did? Another minute and they would have made off with me.
Curse the Christian king and his army of infidels! They go against the will of God! For so must be
Did you see the order? He wants us to repair a stage for another execution. Today!
It's the one at the western edge of Solomon's Temple. I was on my way just now.
So much death.
Worried that our true leader might return and bring a measure of justice to this city.
Yes, and not this mockery Majd ad-Din parades before us.
How? How does something like this happen?
Everyone appointed in Salah ad-Din's stead is met with an untimely end. And now the position falls to him. He, who was once nothing more than the Emir's scribe.
How convenient. It would not surprise me to learn he was behind these accidents.
Shh! If the guards hear us, we'll be taken for treason. Executed on the very platform we have to repair. Come, let us return to work.
Hey! Yes.
Just a few coins, please. A few coins. All I ask is for a few coins. Well, that would have been easy. Please, can't you spare something? I'm losing.
Die, thief!
Please, help me!
Dirty thief! I'll have your hand for that!
Has he lost his mind? Let me go!
I'll turn you
أغرب.
Praise God, you saved me. All the city will know of your sacrifice.
Jafar! Infidel! You will die here! You dare Gebel Kafir!
Kime boyun eğiyorsun?
Show yourself! That will cost you your life! Die, thief! Die, thief! ارحل من هنا!
Someone do something!
Infidel, die!
Praise God, you've saved me. All the city will know of your sacrifice.
Such a shame. The one who's done this. What happened to this poor soul? Where are you? Pay for your sins now! My way! Out of the way!
Gel buraya.
أيها الجافر سوف تموت هنا ادفع ثمنك الحياة أنت تتبع طريق الضلال Who did this? Where is the one responsible? I stand before you to deliver a warning. You dare steal in my presence? That will cost you your life.
What have I done wrong? Tell me, please.
You dare steal in my presence? That will cost you your life.
على رسلك.
You're a dead infidel.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll find a way to repay this kindness, I swear it.
God curse the one who's done this. Where are you?
This! أنت حثالة!
Leave now!
Guard! He just killed someone! I saw him do it!
Such a strange man.
Come no further.
Why are you doing this to me? I've done nothing wrong.
لص حقير!
تمهل.
Beni yenemeyecek.
Praise God, you've saved me. All the city will know of your sacrifice.
We are fighting for the infidel king which we are all fighting for the world. We must resist. Where are you? I know you're here.
I'm so hungry. Just a little money, I beg of you.
هل تريد قول؟
What have I done wrong? Tell me, please.
I'll get you!
Your line ends now. I'll have your head. Come back here.
أيها الكافر!
What?
May God have mercy on your soul.
Praise God, you've saved me. All the city will know of your sacrifice.
You again, Grand Master. Safety and peace. I'm so glad to see you. In these troubled times, they ask me to prove myself. But I feel so inadequate when I compare myself to you. I must kill 2 of Mujduddin's men without a fight. Could you show me the way? I will be forever grateful, and share a very interesting story with you.
Oh, you don't understand. I have nothing here.
Tragic.
What happened to you?
This is terrible. Then...
No, please don't leave. Just a few coins.
Show yourself.
Please.
Over here! The gun is on my side.
Remember the plan.
No, not another one.
What is it that you want? Hurry.
Hey!
What?
Goodness. What happened here?
How did this happen?
What happened here?
Where is the one responsible?
I see him! He's over there! That's him! There! Get him! You'll never get away! Who saw what happened here?
What's this?
Unbelievable!
No, please don't leave. Just a few coins. I beg of you. I beg of you, just a few coins, please. No, please don't leave. Just a few coins, please. Please, sir, have any money? I beg of you, just a few coins, please. My
I'd leave
family
if I were you,
dying.
before I really
Could you
get
spare
angry.
a few coins? I need food. I'm so hungry. Just a little money, I beg of you.
This is terrible.
You are the best the clan has ever seen. Here is my story, Master. I was cleaning the temple steps. I overheard two scholars praising how easy it was for them to pass the soldiers guarding the entrance of the execution plaza. If you time your entry properly, they could provide a nice distraction for the guards. But I am sure that with your wisdom, you knew that already.
More insidious than one who turns his back on the law. For the law was given to us by God. Glorious and exalted is he. To defy it is to disrespect him. And there is no greater evil than this. Majduddin understands. He works to cast out the wicked among us.
Please, help me.
Watch carefully those around you. Those you think you know so well.
فليسأله أحد لماذا يفعل ذلك. You shouldn't be here. Be gone.
My family is sick and dying. Could you spare
I don't
a few
understand.
Coins? A few coins. All I ask is for a few coins.
You ever
Please,
see
can't
someone
you
do that
spare
before?
something?
I have.
I'm poor and
Such
sick
a
and
strange
hungry.
man.
No, please don't leave. Just a few coins, please. I beg of you. I beg of you, just a few coins, please. Coins. All I ask is for a few coins.
No, you don't understand. I have nothing.
Leave this place.
Leave now!
You have no business here. Leave.
Come quickly! Don't let him get away! Stop running!
Quickly! That man is a murderer! You're asking for trouble! You are supposed to be with me, you murderers! Guard! Over here!
What is that man doing?
Pekala, nereye kayboldun?
You are not supposed to be here. Leave. You have no business here. Leave.
Well done. Well done.
I am sorry, Ahmad. They came without warning.
My son? They have my son? What is to be done with him?
We did everything we could.
What is to be done with him?
He's to be executed. Today.
No, I won't allow it.
But what can we do? Majduddin will hear no appeals. He says there can be no barter with God's will.
This is not God's will, but madness. I'll go to him myself. Where is he?
He will attend the execution. Perform it even. He enjoys the act. A truly evil man.
We have no time to lose then. Let's go.
standing next to King Diamond. Could you spare a few coins? I'm so hungry. Stop it, please! You're
Gebereceksin. Those you think you know so well.
Hırsızlık yapmanın cezası ölümdür. Geber kafir! Kime boyun eğmek istiyorsun? Kime boyun eğmek istiyorsun?
No, you don't.
I've got better things to do.
I beg of you, just a few coins, please. Please, we don't have any money.
There is nothing more insidious than one who turns his back on the law.
Hırsızlar para ağacına muhtaç.
By God,
Tell me, please.
glorious and exalted is he.
Stop it, please!
Thank you. Thank you. I'll find a way to repay this kindness, I swear it.
They are contrary to the law, no matter how minor it seems, they must be reported. Small crime today leads to large harm tomorrow. Masjidin will help.
Thousands of lives are lost in its defense.
So that we might know their name. Strange, I've never seen someone do that. Full darkness in our hearts. Each day is a struggle to remain strong in our faith. But we are only human. We might falter, we might fail. Majduddin is here to see that even when this happens, we are returned to a proper course. Confess to him, and he will show mercy. But, should you try to run, to hide, you will be found and made to pay. There is no harm in naming them. Those among you who defy the law. We are nothing without our faith, without its rules and its direction. To defy it is to defy the one who leads us. Such behavior cannot be allowed.
Leave now, or I'll make you. Be gone, peasant.
Enough! I still breathe, so you must desire more than just my life. What is it?
You know Majduddin well?
Better than most.
He seems a bit too righteous. Is the law really so important to him?
What do you think?
I think he hides something, and I think you'll tell me what it is.
It's a veil. All of it. Men like me, we are meant to scare them, fill the people with fear. The ones he kills, not criminals, but dangerous all the same.
Dangerous to who?
His plans. Their plans. Yes, he speaks of others. Those he works with. Works for, perhaps. I am uncertain. They need the city, though. Controlling it is important to them.
Why?
You'll have to ask him yourself. Attend one of his executions. It's when he's most talkative, addressing the crowd, hands covered in blood.
Then we are done.
Comes the English king and his infidel army. They leave horrors in their wake. Salah-ad-Din rides to meet him, that these barbarous acts might be avenged. Pray that God, glorious and exalted is he, finds favor with us, that he may grant us victory. Be wary, friends. The Shaitan is everywhere, watching, waiting. He tempts us always. Strong like Salah-ad-Din, and take up arms against our enemies in whatever way you can. I stand before you to deliver a warning. Should Richard take Jaffa, there will be no stopping him. What is that march on Jerusalem next?
No reason for this
We
nonsense.
must end this before it has a chance to begin. That city is ours, has always been ours. And it is our duty to defend it until death. The Crusaders must be destroyed. Praise be Salah-ad-Din. He has found the strength to stand in defense of our great civilization. Make no mistake, it is our very existence we are fighting for. The infidel king would see us all fight for the world. We must resist. We must push back. They go against the will of God.
Damned archers. We are to launch an assault against one of Majd-ud-Din's lieutenants. But we cannot do anything until the rooftops have been cleared. And I have no men to spare. Would you be willing to help? Just make sure they do not see you coming, or we will have to begin again.
He has found the strength to stand in defense of our great civilization. Make no mistake, it is our very existence we are fighting for. The infidel king would see us all wiped from the world. We must resist. We must push back. Be wary, friends. The Shaitan is everywhere, watching, waiting. He tempts us always. Be strong, strong like Salah-ad-Din, and take up arms against our enemies in what... Fires of war consume the land, and thousands of lives are lost in its defense. It's a tragedy, but I say this is an honor. To die in service to God, fighting for what we believe in. There is no greater glory than this.
Someone tell me why he's doing that.
Out comes the English king and his infidel army. They leave horrors in their wake. Salah-ad-Din rides to meet him, that these barbarous acts might be avenged. Pray that God, glorious and exalted is he, finds favor with us, that he may grant us victory. I stand before you to deliver a warning.
God curse the one who's done this.
So we've a murderer nearby.
Horrible.
How? Where is the one responsible for this?
لن يخدعنا أبدا.
I wonder what happened to you.
What? Who's done this? Tell me!
What happened to
How did this happen?
إذا رأيتموه لا تدعوه يدخل.
Who did this?
Oh no, what happened?
Kill him!
Everywhere! Watching, waiting! He tempts us always! Be strong like Salah-ad-Din, and take up arms against our enemies in whatever way you can! I stand before you to deliver a warning! Should Richard take Jaffa, there will be no stopping him! He will march on Jerusalem next! We must end this before it has a chance to begin! That city is ours, has always been ours! And it is our duty to defend it until death! The Crusaders must be destroyed! Force him! Force the...
Kill him! I'm running! You cannot escape!
Go against the will of God! Must be made to know your wisdom! Yes!
I will catch you!
He's over there! I found him! He's here! Don't let us get away! Don't get away! Look everywhere! That's him! There! Get him! Won't get away from me! Give up! You've nowhere to run! Get him! Seize him!
Infidel!
Go against the will of God and must be made to pay. Everywhere they ride, they leave only suffering in their wake. They say it is a crusade. A crusade for what? Ignorance? Violence? Madness? We must resist. We must fight them in any way we can. Praise be Salah-ad-Din! He has found the strength to stand in defense of our great civilization. Make no mistake.
What is he doing?
It is our very existence we are fighting for. The infidel. Infidels! They go against the will of God and must be made to pay! Everywhere they ride, they leave only suffering in their wake. They say it is a crusade! A crusade for what? Ignorance? Violence? Madness! We must resist! We must fight them in any way we can! Curse him! Curse the Christian king and his army of infidels! Go against the will of God and must be made to pay! Everywhere they ride, they leave only suffering in their wake. They say it is a crusade! A crusade for what? Ignorance? Violence? Madness! We must resist!
I'm starting to understand why Al-Mualim favors you. I assume you have been sent to deal with Majd-ud-Din, yes? Then it might help you to know that he enjoys lecturing his prisoners before executing them. While doing so, he turns his back to the crowd. It would be the perfect moment for you to strike. Now, I must attend to my men. We have our own targets to deal with.
It is our duty to defend it until death. The Crusaders must be destroyed.
I'm so hungry. Just a little money, I beg of you. No, please don't leave. Just a few coins, please.
Has he lost his mind?
The fires of war consume the land, and thousands of lives are lost in its defense. It seems a tragedy, but I say this is an honor.
Why would anyone want to do that? Please, can't you spare something? I'm poor and sick and hungry. No, please don't leave.
Come on! I've much to say. Found the strength to stand in defense of our great civilization.
What news, novice?
I am not a novice.
A man's skill is defined by his actions, not the markings on his robe.
We can trade barbs or do Al-Mualim's work. It's your decision.
Then be out with it.
Jerusalem's regent Majd-ud-Din is holding a public execution not far from here. It's sure to be well guarded, but it's nothing I can't handle. I know what to do.
And that is why you remain a novice in my eyes. You cannot know anything, only suspect. You must expect to be wrong, to have overlooked something. Anticipate, Altair. How many times must I remind you of this?
As you wish. Are we done?
Not quite. There is one more thing. One of the men to be executed is a brother. One of us. Al-Mualim wishes for him to be saved. Do not worry about the actual rescue. My men will take care of that. But you must ensure Majduddin does not take his life.
I won't give him the chance.
So I hope.
Fast-forwarding memory to a more recent one.
Fires of war consume the land, and thousands of lives are lost in its defense. It seems that tragedy, but I say this is an honor. Fighting for what we believe in.
Leave this place. Away with you. Shouldn't be here. Igor, you must not trespass here.
Silence! I demand silence! People of Jerusalem, hear me well! I stand here today to deliver a warning. There are malcontents among you. They sow the seeds of discontent, hoping to lead you astray. Tell me, is this what you desire? To be mired in deceit and sin? To live your lives in fear? No, we do not. Then you wish to take action? We do. Your devotion pleases me. This evil must be purged. Only then can we hope to be redeemed.
This is not justice! And all of you stand idle, complicit in this crime.
Curse you all! See how the evil of one man spreads to corrupt others? They sought to instill fear and doubt within you, but I will keep you safe. the harlot, the thief, the gambler, the heretic. Let God's judgment be brought down upon them all! Temptress! Succubus! Whore! She goes by many names. Her sin remains the same. She turned her back on the teachings, defiled her body to advance her station. Each man she touched, forever stained.
This man speaks lies. I am here today not because I laid down with other men. I did not. He means to murder me, but I will not lie down with him.
Even now, offered redemption, she continues to deceive. She rejects salvation. There is only one way to deal with this.
A game of chance condemns me to death. Show me where such a thing is written. It is not sin that corrupts our city, but you!
Your work here is finished.
No, no! It had only just begun.
Tell me, what's your part in all of this? Do you intend to defend yourself as the others have and explain away your evil deeds?
The Brotherhood wanted the city. I wanted power. There was an opportunity.
An opportunity to murder innocents.
Not so innocent. Dissident voices cut deep as steel. They disrupt order. In this, I do agree with the Brotherhood.
You'd kill people simply for believing differently than you.
Of course not. I killed them because I could. Because it was fun. Do you know what it feels like to determine another man's fate? And did you see the way the people cheered? The way they feared me? I was like a god. You'd have done the same if you could. Such power.
Once perhaps. But then I learned what becomes of those who lift themselves above others.
And what is that?
Here, let me show you.
Kime boyun eğmek istiyorsun? Out of the way! Kaçmasına izin vermeyin! Give up! You know it to run! Your life is now! You're in my way! He's firing himself! Get him! Stop running! You cannot escape! Get away from me! Too bad! And thousands of lives are lost in its defense! It seems a tragedy.
But I say, this is an honor. Give up! Try and servant to God. Fighting for what you believe. I will catch you! During my way! No way! Move! Kill him! Stop him! Out of the way! Stop running! You cannot escape! Keep up with him! Don't let him get away!
Jerusalem needs a new ruler.
So I have heard.
What's this? No words of wisdom for me? Surely I have failed in some spectacular fashion.
You performed as an Assassiyun should. No more, no less. That you expect praise for merely doing as told, however, troubles me.
It seems everything I do troubles you.
Reflect on that. But do so on your way back to Masyaf. Your work here is done.
Fast-forwarding memory to a more recent one.
Fighting for the infinite.
We done already?
Get up.
Whatever you say, Doc.
I'm ending the session. I'll be right there. You're sure about this? Yes. No. Everything's Denver. I don't see how he could... Of course. I understand. You're in a lot of trouble, Mr. Miles.
What's his problem?
They're coming for you.
Who's coming for me?
Assassins.
Hey, I had nothing to do with this.
Sounds like they're mounting some kind of rescue attempt. Guess you're more important than you realized.
Man, things just keep getting weirder and weirder around here.
It was bound to happen.
What do you mean?
That little fight your ancestors started during the Third Crusade, it never ended. You're being held by Templars.
Vidic's a Templar?
There's no way you could have known. They hide it so well. But to answer your question, Vidic works for them. We all do. Abstergo is their company.
I thought Templars were old dudes with funny hats who sat around drinking beer and plotting world domination with, like, the lizard people.
No, except the part about world domination, I guess. Look, Desmond, it's complicated. Half the stuff they say about the Templars comes from crazy tinfoil hat-wearing nut jobs. The other half is misinformation intentionally produced by the Templars themselves.
But they are the bad guys, right?
If there's one thing I've learned since I started working here, it's that there's no such thing. It's all so relative. I guess the best way to explain it is, what they want is good. But the way they're going about it, it's bad. Really bad.
What are they trying to do? Lucy?
Yes?
Miss Stillman, I need to speak with you. Get up here, now!
On my way, Doctor. I'm sorry, Desmond, I have to go. You should turn in for the night. The answers to all of your questions are right in front of you. You just have to know where to look. Please, Desmond. I'm gonna get in trouble if I don't leave. And I can't leave until you're in your room.
Missed you this morning, Doc.
Get in the Animus.
Ready when you are.
Countering a strong attack will leave your enemy vulnerable.
Amin, Altair. I trust you're well rested? Ready for your remaining trials?
I am, but I'd speak with you first. I have questions.
Ask then. I'll do my best to answer.
The merchant king of Damas murdered the nobles who ruled his city. Majd ad-Din in Jerusalem used fear to force his people into submission. I suspect William meant to murder Richard and hold Akka with his troops. These men were meant to aid their leaders. Instead, they chose to betray them. What I do not understand is why.
Is the answer not obvious? The Templars desire control. Each man, as you've noted, wanted to claim their cities in the Templar name, that the Templars themselves might rule the Holy Land and eventually beyond. But they cannot succeed in their mission.
Why is that?
Their plans depend upon the Templar treasure, the Peace of Eden. But we hold it now, and they cannot hope to achieve their goals without it.
What is this treasure?
It is temptation.
It's just a piece of silver.
Look at it.
What am I supposed to see?
This piece of silver cast out Adam and Eve. It turned staves into snakes, parted and closed the Red Sea. Ares used it to start the Trojan War, and with it a poor carpenter turned water into wine.
It seems rather plain for all the power you claim it has. How does it work?
He who holds it commands the hearts and minds of whoever looks upon it, whoever tastes of it, as they say.
Then Gagne's men?
An experiment. Herbs used to simulate its effects, to be ready for when they held it.
Talel supplied them. Tamir equipped them. They were preparing for something. But what?
War.
And the others, the men who ruled the cities, they meant to gather up their people, make them like Gagne's men.
The perfect citizens, the perfect soldiers, a perfect world.
Robert de Sable must never have this back.
So long as he and his brothers live, they will try.
Then they must be destroyed.
Which is what I've had you doing. There are 2 more Templars who require your attention. One in Akka, known as Sibran. One in Damas, called Jubair. Visit with the Bureau leaders. They'll instruct you further.
As you wish.
Be quick about it. No doubt Robert de Sable is made nervous by our continued success. His remaining followers will do their best to expose you. They know you come, the man in the white hood. They'll be looking for you.
They won't find me. I'm but a blade in the crowd.
Here, my gift to you, in gratitude for the good work you've done.
Do not merely hold your blade, become one with it. Altair, it seems my students do not fully understand what it is to wield the blade. Perhaps you could show them what you know.
Perfect. The work of a master. That, my students, is how we all should fight. You must be busy. I understand.
Jar carriers can easily break your cover.
Greetings, Altair. What news?
Al-Mualim has named another. Calls himself Sabrand.
I am familiar with the man. Newly appointed leader of the Knights Teutonic, he resides in the Venetian Quarter and runs Akka's port.
I'll start my work at once.
Here are the places where you should focus your search. On the docks east of here, among the ships and their crews. At the chapel to the northeast, near the cross overlooking the port. And to the north, in front of St. John's Gate.
This is most helpful. My thanks for the guidance.
Altair.
Yes, Rafiq.
I owe you an apology.
For what?
For doubting your dedication to our cause.
No, it was I who erred. I believed myself above the creed. You owe me nothing.
As you wish, my friend. Go in safety.
bandit! J'aurai ta peau!
Höre den Zorn Gottes! Don't make me laugh. You can run forever!
They did not say what they wanted from me, but I saw the darkness in their eyes. I'm sorry, I have nothing to offer in return for your sacrifice, but I shall see to it that my brothers know you are a friend.
Where's the one responsible for this?
What happened?
Happened to this poor soul.
Look, what's he doing?
I hear you're looking for information on Sibran. Karm's found something you'd probably find useful. Best track him down if you want it.
Assassin! Someone send for help!
Si vous l'apercevez, ne le laissez pas s'enfuir.
You're not supposed to be here. Leave.
Safety and peace, brother. I've been looking everywhere for you. I stole this letter earlier today. Read it over. Hopefully it'll be of use.
Elender Dieb! Du wirst sterben! Diebe gehören gehängt!
You're somewhere you shouldn't be. Leave before you get
You're
hurt.
not supposed to be here. Leave.
tell him I said no. I won't have you damn soldiers poking about in my business.
Listen here, old man.
No, you listen to me. This is my property, not his. I don't care if Christ himself put the man in charge.
He isn't asking. It's in order.
That's rich. The man couldn't order his way out of a burlap sack. I've seen the mess he's made of the docks. I won't let him ruin mine.
Just read the letter. You'll see his terms are quite generous.
I grow tired of this. Look, I'll consider what he has to offer, but I doubt it'll change my mind. Now go on, get out of here.
Il ne doit pas s'échapper! Le voilà! Il va droit dans une impasse! Attrapez-le!
Let me go, please. Please, someone do something. Please help me. Anyone.
Come, people! Come see what I have to offer!
Why are you so cruel? What have I done wrong?
Diebstahl wird mit dem Tode bestraft! Bewegung!
I will make you bleed! You'll be dead! I'll catch you! Je vais libérer ton âme! Hey! Je suis l'épée du Seigneur! suis pas à la hauteur.
Fortune favors me today. God only knows what foul deeds those men intended to commit. Good of you to arrive when you did, stranger. I'll see to it that my husband hears of your bravery.
Who's done this? Tell me!
Prévenez-moi si vous l'apercevez.
Be gone! Damn! Where is the heathen responsible? Heathen!
Voleur! Tu paieras cher pour tes crimes.
What have I done wrong? Tell me.
Tu sais pas à la hauteur. Can't run forever!
welcome it. Good of you to arrive when you did, stranger. I'll see to it that my husband hears of your bravery.
Who killed this?
By order of Cyprian, all merchant vessels must be turned over to the Teutonic Order. Clear up your cargo. Ship deeds must be presented to the Court of the Chain by midday tomorrow. No exceptions, no delay. The Acre Port is now under the jurisdiction of Master Cyprian, exalted leader of the Knights Teutonic. All crew members are to be turned over to the Order for conscription into the fleet. The Acre Port is now under the jurisdiction.
How you doing? Yes. Come. Let me show you everything I have.
My good people, your search has come to an end.
Maudit voleur! Je te ferai trancher la main!
You're hurting me! Won't anyone help
Ne reste pas là.
Ton âme brûlera en enfer!
Praise God, you've saved me. All the city will know of your sacrifice.
Damn. Where is the heathen responsible for this?
Please, sir, have any money?
Stop! You must not trespass here.
Clear up your cargo! Ship deeds must be presented to the Court of the Chain by midday tomorrow. No exceptions, no delays. The Acre Port is now under the jurisdiction of Master Cyprian, exalted leader of the Knights Teutonic. All crew members are to be turned over to the Order for conscription into the fleet. All dock vessels must be cleared of crew and cargo. Captains are to present themselves to a representative from the Teutonic Order for reassignment. Any attempt to maintain possession of a claimed vessel will be punished severely.
Stop following me.
not my fault. I'm only following orders. If you want your ship back, speak with the court.
That's not what I'm after.
Then what?
Sabran's claimed near 100 ships. For what purpose?
A blockade. They're to sail for open water and establish a perimeter.
For what? Does Salah ad-Din intend to strike from sea?
No, it's not he we defend against, but ships from home, to deny Richard more troops.
Why would one of Richard's own want to see him weakened in this way?
I don't know. Ask Sabran. They're his orders. I'm just meant to carry them out. Now, please, let me go. I've told you all I know.
I'm sorry. I cannot risk you telling him I'm here.
Who's done this? Tell me!
Please, sir, have any money?
Why would anyone want... When is he gonna stop this nonsense?
But I need money, sir. I'm poor, I'm sick and hungry. I beg of you, sir. I beg of you. Just a few coins, please. A few coins. All I ask for is but a few coins.
Did they let you into the city, or did you fight your way in? Oh, perhaps I should be more respectful, as I myself now require your help. I spent too much time in the harbor brothel last night, and insulted a Teutonic knight's wife, or so I am told. Now there is a group of them after me. Could you give me a hand or a blade? If you return before I leave the city, I will give you the benefit of my wisdom.
Ist ein toter Mann, wenn sich erneut hier zeigt.
Please, sir, have any money?
Haltet eure
I beg of you, just a few coins. I need food. I'm so hungry. Just a little money. I beg of you.
Einmal schon habt ihr ihn verloren. Lasst ihn nicht noch einmal entfliehen. Du solltest dein Glück nicht ein zweites Mal auf die Probe stellen. Diebstahl wird mit dem Tode bestraft. Bandit, j'aurai ta peau.
What happened here?
You are a lucky man. You are alive, and I am still in Acre. Here is what I have to tell you. The only thing more dangerous than a drunken sailor is one who is also angry. I know it does not seem like much, but with your wisdom, I am sure it will help.
Stop it, please! You're hurting me!
Voleur! Tu paieras cher pour tes crimes.
Erbärmlich!
What a strange man.
Even responsible.
Leave a murderer
Where are you? I know you're here somewhere.
Who did this?
An assassin! Kill him!
Be gone.
What's that fool doing?
That hurts! Stop it, please!
Maudit voleur! Je te ferai trancher la main!
Stop it, please! Stop it, please! You're hurting me!
Diebstahl wird mit dem Tode bestraft. Was?
Thank you. I'll find a way to repay this kindness, I swear it.
Where's the one responsible for this? Who's responsible for this?
Who did this? I need food. I'm so
Does he
hungry.
really have a
Mommy, I beg of you.
When is he gonna stop this nonsense?
A few coins, all right. A few coins.
I'll have your head!
You can't run forever! Where are you? There! He's there! You can't get away from me! Get him! Get him! I'll get
Why is he doing that? Do I look like a merchant? No. So go away.
A few coins, all I ask for is but a few coins. I beg of you, just a few coins, please.
It's getting worse.
His paranoia knows no bounds.
He's doubled our shifts. No one sleeps.
Wasn't so bad till he decided to make the port his home.
He's planning something at sea. That's why he came here.
Planning what? What's the meaning of this? The two of you off in a corner, whispering, plotting?
Nothing of the sort. We were only...
Only what? What secrets are you keeping?
You misunderstand.
Damned assassins, they're probably here right now, watching us. Do you find this amusing? Do you? Well, laugh while you can. Double the patrols.
Which ones?
All of them!
But we don't have the men.
Find them! Recall our knights from the field if you must.
I'm so hungry. Just a little money, I beg of you. Please, sir, have any money? I need money, sir. I'm poor, I'm sick and hungry.
You! Yes, you. I recognize those robes. Stay your blade, I mean you no harm. It's your help I need. I've crossed a man, and now he seeks my life. The details are unimportant, just know that he deserved it. See me safely to the city gates, and I'll make it worth your while.
I should get a guard.
I'm supposed to be afraid of Who's responsible for this? I'll have your head! Death to the heat!
Please, sir, have any money? But I need money, sir. I'm poor, I'm sick and hungry. No, please, don't leave like this. Just a few coins, please. But I need money, sir. I'm poor, I'm sick and hungry.
Excellent. I should be safe now. Ah, yes, the reward I promised. Here you are. This map has served me well in the past. Hopefully, it will do the same for you.
Just a little money, I beg of you. Please, sir, have any money?
Go away! Die weißt, du bist in der Stadt. Und ich werde dich zur Strecke bringen. Blaze upon Saladin! A blaze upon... Du bist ein Mensch! Wir können tun, was immer wir wollen. Glaubst du wirklich, dein Gott schert sich darum, was mit dir passiert?
Use counterattacks when faced with multiple enemies.
Du bist kein Mensch! Dein Gott hat dich verlassen!
I need food
Du
and
bist
so on.
kein
Just
Mensch!
a little money, I
Dein
beg
Gott
of
hat dich verlassen!
you. A few coins, all I have.
Bewegung!
Wait.
Ne restez pas debout! Je suis prêt! Revois! Je suis l'épée du Seigneur!
Thank you, my boy. I only wish my sons were half as brave as you. I'll see to it that they hear this tale and know what it is to be a true hero.
Who did this? Show yourself!
How peculiar.
Leave this place!
He's gonna hurt himself.
Be strong. Stand firm. Do not give up.
He should stop acting like a chump.
Greetings, brother. How fares your search?
I've learned all there is to know about my target.
Share your knowledge with me, then.
Sibrand is said to be consumed by fear, driven mad by the knowledge that his death approaches. He has sealed the docks district, and now hides within waiting for his ship to arrive.
This will make things dangerous. I wonder how it is he learned of your mission.
The men I've killed, they are all connected. Al-Mualim warned me that word of my deeds has spread among them.
Be on your guard, Altair.
Of course, Rafiq. But I think it will be to my advantage. Fear will weaken him.
Fast forwarding memory to a more recent one.
He's an assassin!
Wer ist hierfür verantwortlich?
You are mistaken, Master Sibrand. I would never propose violence against any man, and most certainly not against you.
So you say, and yet no one here will vouch for you. What am I to make of this?
I live a simple life, my lord, as do all men of the cloth. It is not for us to call attention to ourselves.
Perhaps. Or perhaps they do not know you because you are not a man of God, but an assassin!
Never!
You wear the same robes.
If they cover themselves as we do, it is only to instill uncertainty and fear. You must not give in.
Are you calling me a coward? Challenging my authority? Are you perhaps hoping to turn my own knights against me?
No. I don't understand why you're doing this to me. I've done nothing wrong.
I don't recall accusing you of any wrongdoing. which makes your outburst rather odd. Is it the presence of guilt that compels a confession?
But I confess nothing.
Ah, defiant to the very end.
What do you mean?
William and Garnier were too confident, and they paid for this with their lives. I won't make the same mistake. If you truly are a man of God, then surely the Creator will provide for you! Let him stay my hand!
You've gone mad! Will none of you come forward to stop this? He is clearly poisoned by his own fear, compelled to see enemies where none exist.
Seems the people share my concern. What I do for Acre! Stay vigilant, men. Report any suspicious activity to the guard. I doubt we've seen the last of these assassins. Persistent bastards. Now get back to work.
There's a murder.
Prévenez-moi si vous l'apercevez. Veuillez dérouler. Who did this? Show us!
Fine! None of you will lift a hand in defense of your master! I'll take care of this heathen myself!
Ein Assassiner! Fasset ihn auf! Lasst ihn nicht entkommen!
No!
Komm zurück! Tötet ihn auf!
No! No, not happen! You hear me?
Ein Assassiner! Fasset ihn auf!
No!
Suivez-le! Plus vite! C'est trop facile. Je vais t'achever. C'est trop facile. Je vais mourir.
Don't do this.
You are afraid.
Of course I am afraid.
But you'll be safe now, held in the arms of your god.
Have my brothers taught you nothing? I know what waits for me. For all of us.
If not your god, then what?
Nothing. Nothing waits. And that is what I fear.
You don't believe?
How could I, given what I know? What I've seen? Our treasure was the proof.
Proof of what?
That this life is all we have.
Linger a while longer then, and tell me of the part you were to play.
A blockade by sea. To keep the fool kings and queens from sending reinforcements. Once we...
Conquered the Holy Land?
Freed it, you fool. From the tyranny of faith.
Freedom? You worked to overthrow cities, control men's minds, murdered any who spoke against you.
I followed my orders, believing in my cause. Same as you.
Altair, you've caused quite a stir.
I've done as requested. Sabran's life is ended.
So it is. So it is. You should ride for Masyaf and inform Al-Mualim of your success.
Yes. I should return and speak to him. Of this and other things.
Is everything all right, my friend? You seem distant.
It's nothing, Rafik. Just a lot on my mind.
Talk to me then. Let me help.
I need to make sense of this myself first. But thank you for the offer.
It is the men you kill, isn't it? You feel something for them.
How?
Ah, my friend. You are not meant to enjoy these grim tasks. Regret, uncertainty, sympathy. This is to be expected.
I should not fear these feelings.
You should embrace them. They are what keep you human.
What if I'm wrong? What if these men are not meant to die? What if they mean well? Misguided, perhaps, but pure in motive.
I am but a Rafik, Altair, and such things are beyond me. Perhaps Al-Mualim can help you to make sense of it.
Yes, perhaps. Thank you, Rafik.
It is my pleasure to have served with one as skilled as you.
Fast-forwarding memory to a more recent one. You can create diversions with dead bodies.
Welcome home, child. What news?
Another of the named is put to rest.
Then it would appear your work is nearly complete and your status restored.
A question, Master, if I may.
Ask and I will answer.
Why these men, Jubair and Sabrand?
Ah, don't you see? They paved the way for change. Ensure threats both old and new are not given cause to intervene.
To weaken them is to weaken our enemy. I suppose that makes sense.
Were these men to continue their work, our work would quickly be undone.
How is that? We've caused them much grief.
We strike at the arms, yes. But this is a hydra that you face, and it is quick to replace that which is severed.
Then we should lop off its head and be done with this.
Soon, soon. We are close. Only one more man stands between us and our ultimate goal.
I will return to my work. The sooner this last man dies, the sooner I might face our true enemy.
Before you go, I have a question for you.
Of course.
What is the truth?
We place faith in ourselves. We see the world the way it really is, and hope that one day all mankind might see the same.
What is the world, then?
An illusion. One which we can either submit to, as most do, or transcend.
What is it to transcend?
To recognize nothing is true and everything is permitted. That laws arise not from divinity but reason. I understand now that our creed does not command us to be free. It commands us to be wise.
Do you see now why the Templars are a threat?
Whereas we would dispel the illusion, they would use it to rule.
Yes, to reshape the world in an image more pleasing to them. That is why I sent you to steal their treasure. That is why I keep it locked away. And that is why you kill them. So long as even one survives, so too does their desire to create a new world order. Take your equipment. Seek out this last man. With his death, Robert de Sable will at last be vulnerable.
It will be done.
Safety and peace upon you, Altair.
Take your time. When moving slowly,
It's the hero of Damas. Come in, stay a while. Tell me all about your adventures.
I'm afraid I don't have the time.
I see. Too important for me now.
It's not that.
No, of course not. How may I serve you then?
Al-Muallim has asked I take the life of the one they call Jubayr.
Ah, Salahadin's chief scholar. Strange choice of target in my opinion. But who are we to question the Master's will? I'm sure he has his reasons.
Then you're familiar with the man.
He's been quite busy these past few days, organizing the scholars and sending them into the streets to preach.
What do they speak of?
Light and fire, cleansing sins, apocalyptic nonsense if you ask me. All this talk of paths and a new world.
What about this new world?
Couldn't say. I don't pay attention to the ramblings of madmen. Much too busy with real work.
Very well. I'll walk among the people, see what I can learn. Where would you suggest I search?
South of here, you'll find an academy and a guard tower. They're both good places to search. There's also a hospital to the east you might want to visit.
I'll begin at once.
So eager. You've certainly changed, and for the better, I might add.
Leave now! And thousands of lives are lost in its defense!
Please don't leave!
It
Just
seems
a few
a
coins,
tragedy,
please!
but I say...
My family.
To die in service to God, fighting for what we believe in.
بس الحقير سأقطع يديك جزاء ذلك.
Now comes the English king and his infidel army!
What أيها اللص؟ بس الحقير سأقطع يديك جزاء ذلك.
Just a few coins, please! No, you don't understand.
Someone send for help!
Jerusalem next. We must end this before it has a chance to begin. That city is ours, has always been ours. And it is our duty to defend it until death. The Crusaders must be destroyed. For him, for the Christian king and his army of Israel.
That man doing?
What is he doing?
Odd. Why would he do that?
Be wary, friends! The Shaitan is everywhere!
Have any money?
Bad news, brother. I killed a Templar this morning. Well, I suppose that's actually good news. I even found a letter on him which I gave to Numair, who said he'd find you and deliver it. But from the look in your face, I suspect this hasn't happened. Go on then. Don't waste any more time with me. Seek Numair and get that letter.
Yapmanın cezası ölümdür.
I beg of you. You don't understand. I have nothing. Boy, please.
Defense of our great civilization.
Your life's in now.
I can hear you breathing.
What are you doing? Take it down!
We couldn't have gone far.
What is he doing?
Let go of me. I've done nothing wrong.
Hazır olunca ortaya çıkacak. Anta hutana.
Fighting for. The infidel king would see us all wiped from the world. We must resist. We must push back. There will be no stopping him! He will march on Jerusalem next! We must end this before it has a chance to begin! That city is ours, has always been ours! And it is our duty to defend it until death! The Crusaders must be destroyed! Curse him! Curse the Christian king and his army of infidels! They go against the will of God and must be made to pay! Everywhere they run, they leave only suffering in their wake.
Must come!
Is a crusade.
Come see what I have to offer! Everything's new! Everything's perfectly priced!
Madness!
We found the place. It's just as you described it.
I suspect he'll want to deal with this himself, and quickly. Best we say nothing to the others.
A wise course of action. Truth be told, I'll be happy when this business is done.
Soon, my friend, soon. Today should see the last of them put to torch. Boy, come here. You still have the letter I gave you?
Yes.
Go and deliver it then. You'll find the one it's meant for, inside the madrasa.
There will be no stopping him! He will march on Jerusalem next! We must end this before it has a chance to begin! That city is ours, has always been ours! And it is our duty to defend it until death! be destroyed! So comes the English king and his infidel army. They leave horrors in their way.
هل تريد قول السيد؟
Kime boyun eğmek istiyorsun? Kime boyun eğmek istiyorsun? Kime boyun eğmek istiyorsun?
Another minute and they would have made off with me. I owe you.
God curse the one who's done this. Where are you? أنا متأكد جدا إنه لم يغادر المدينة أو الشيء السديد الذي كان ينبغي فعله.
Leave, peasant, before I make this.
Leave now!
Let me go! This to me. I've done nothing.
ارحل من هنا حقيقي.
The city will know of your sacrifice.
How did this happen? Such a shame. What's this?
Hırsızlık yapmanın cezası ölümdür.
Let me go.
لص حقير سأقطع يديك جزاء ذلك.
Hırsızlar garajına müstahak.
Why are you doing this to me? I've done nothing wrong. Let me No!
تريد قول شيء؟
تريد أن تموت؟
Thank you. Thank you. I'll find a way to repay this kindness, I swear it.
Who did this? You live surrounded by Hey, I'm here to help. I can leave. I'll be with you till the end. Surrounded by false knowledge, created by wicked men who seek dominion over your minds. Locked away, they might still be discovered, but once burned, these texts can no longer do harm. Jubair sees things the way they truly are, sees the poison you carry in your hearts and minds. He works to cast it out. Remove all texts from your homes and schools. Give them to us. They must be destroyed.
Benden bir daha kaçamayacaksın.
هل تحتاج شيئا؟
I'd leave if I were you, before I really get angry.
Be gone, pest! No, you don't understand. I have nothing. No, please don't leave. Just a few coins, please. A few coins. All I ask is for a few coins. No, you don't understand. I have nothing.
I'll teach you to take a fight.
Violence is not the answer, my child.
In this we agree, so speak and I may stay my blade. What is it your master intends? Why destroy all this knowledge?
We lay the stones to build a road upon which soon all men will travel. It leads to a better tomorrow.
That is not what I see.
Then you are blind. The words upon these parchments, they are poison. Jubair holds the cure. He'll free us from their lies.
It's nonsense you speak. You've lost your mind.
No, not lost, but found. I see the world for what it truly is. He has shown me so much. I am illuminated.
Fanatic is all you are, and dangerous for it.
Do what you must. It changes nothing. We are not afraid.
You should be.
Altair, my friend, you have become quite the wanted man, as am I. I must prepare my family for the trip back to the safety of Masyaf this afternoon. Could you finish my last assignment in exchange for information? Some men must be eliminated in Jubair's quarter. Be fast, my friend.
Where are you? I know you're here somewhere! And his army of infidels! They go against the will of God! It must be made to pay! Everywhere they ride, they leave only suffering in their wake. They... A crusade for what? Ignorance? Violence? Madness! We must resist! We must fight them in any way we can! Huh? He should stop acting like a child. Be wary, friends! The Shaitan is everywhere! Watching, waiting! He tempts us always!
Go
Be
away.
strong! Strong like Salah-ad-Din! And take up arms against the enemy in whatever way you can!
What are you left? It's going to cause trouble.
Leave now, or I'll make you.
God damn you! Leave me alone! Did he just run into that person?
I'd leave if I were you, before I really get angry.
You've something to say?
What happened to this poor soul?
I have everything you'll ever need. Where are you? I know you're here somewhere. Hi. What is your... Oh, anyone could possibly be. Come, people. Unbelievable. Come see what I have to offer.
Stand in defense of our great civilization. Make no mistake, it is our very existence we are fighting for. This? The infidel king would see us all wiped from the world. We must resist.
What happened here?
Push back. The fires of war consume the land, and thousands of lives are lost in its defense.
How did this happen? It's great to see you back so quickly and in one piece. I must return to my family, but before I leave, this is for you. I found a map showing where scholars are planning to burn books and other sources of knowledge. Please be careful, and let the future reunite us. I'll give your blessings to my family.
Show yourself.
Leave, peasant, before I make you.
Saw what happened.
Someone touch your head!
Yeah.
What happened here?
Is he blind? Please, don't do that again.
Now why would you do this?
Where is he?
Why is he running around there?
I should kill you for that.
Please, someone do something.
I will aid your life.
Thank you. I'll find a way to repay this kindness, I swear it.
We must march on Jerusalem next. We must end this before it has a chance to begin. That city is ours, has always been ours. It is our duty to defend it until death.
You are not allowed to be here. Leave.
لص! أنت حثالة! موت أيها اللص!
Let me go!
What is that fool doing?
لص حقير!
Maybe you haven't noticed.
You cannot run forever!
Thank you. Thank you. I'll find a way to repay this kindness, I swear it.
Show yourself!
Stop! You must not trespass here.
Hırsızlar barajına müstahak.
What is it? Infant! You will die here!
A la rissa.
Elimizden kurtulduk. Bu tarafta. Evvelki sefer elimizden kurtulduk. Bu sefer sanki yer yarıldı, içine girdi. Benden bir daha kaçamayacaksın. Evvelki sefer elimizden kurtulduk. Bu sefer kaçmasına izin verme.
Has he lost his mind?
Kalabalığın içine karışmayı seviyor. Gözünüzü dört açın. Kimsenin sizi kandırmasına izin vermeyin. Biz hırsız.
What is it that you want?
Kapalı bile yeter. Seni gözün kapalı bile yeter.
God favor me. You will not win.
Ama aliyatında kaybedecek kurtuluşsun.
I'll find a way to repay this kindness, I swear it.
Who did this? Oh, there's a murderer loose. Stop this man! He's close. He must be.
Come no further.
He's here! Keep up with him! Don't let him get away!
Altair, your name is on everybody's lips these days, and for once their words are kind. If you're truly a changed man, perhaps you'd be willing to do me a favor. Jubair has employed certain merchants to spy on the citizens for him. They feed him names in exchange for gold. You would be doing all the city a great service if you were to find these merchants and destroy their stalls. This should end their evil.
Don't be bizarre.
Please. Won't anyone help me?
Watch it! Come back here! You cannot escape! I will fight you! Give up! You know it! I will end your life! You'll never get away! Seen him! There! After him! Don't let him escape! اسمع ثمن خطاياك أو يدرك نفسك أيها المجتمع علي سوف تموت Get out of my way! Quickly! You're mine! You're a dead man! Move back here! Move now or be trampled! Stop running! Stop running!
Use throwing knives to deal with distant enemies.
Would you please be more careful? He's going to hurt us, I won't help you.
Altair, your name is on everybody's lips these days, and for once their words are kind. If you're truly a changed man, perhaps you'd be willing to do me a favor. Jubair has employed certain merchants to spy on the citizens for him. They feed him names in exchange for gold. You would be doing all the city a great service if you were to find these merchants and destroy their stalls. This should end their evil.
Let me go!
You look familiar.
Selecting the hidden blade during fight will allow
أنت حسانة. أنت حسانة.
Altair, your name is on everybody's lips these days, and for once their words are kind. If you're truly a changed man, perhaps you'd be willing to do me a favor. Jubair has employed certain merchants to spy on the citizens for him. They feed him names in exchange for gold. You would be doing all the city a great service if you were to find these merchants and destroy their stalls. This should end their evil.
Yapmanın cezası ölümdür. Someone tell me why he's doing that. You there! Yes, Seni gözüm kapalı bile yer.
I'll get you!
Find out where he went.
I see him! After him! Faster!
He has found the strength to stand in defense of our great civilization. Make no mistake, it is our very existence we are fighting for. The infidel king would see us all wiped from the world. We must resist. We must push back. I stand before you to deliver a warning.
Hırsızlar barajına mızrak.
You've done a good thing today, Altair. In exchange, I'll share my knowledge with you. Your target is likely to be dressed, much like his followers. So here is how to distinguish him from the others. He wears rich golden robes and carries with him a large pouch. Find him, brother. Make him feel pain.
Hırsızlık yapmanın cezası ölümdür.
What have I done wrong? Tell me, please.
Hırsızlık yapmanın cezası ölümdür.
Won't anyone help me? Praise God, you've saved me. All the city will know of your sacrifice. Oh no, what happened? This is
Leave me alone! You won't get away with it! What? أيها
هل تريد
القول فيه؟
الأمر على ذلك
Came along when you did. Another minute and they would have made off with me.
Where is the one responsible? How did this? Oh, how terrible.
Bad news, brother. I killed a Templar this morning. Well, I suppose that's actually good news. I even found a letter on him which I gave to Nemair, who said he'd find you and deliver it. But from the look on your face, I suspect this hasn't happened. Go on then. Don't waste any more time with me. Seek Nemair and get that letter.
My family, sick and dying. Could you spare a few coins? What did you do? A few coins. All I ask is for a few coins. Just a little money, I beg of you. I'm so hungry. Just a little money, I beg of you.
No reason for doing that. And thousands of lives are lost in its defense. It seems a tragedy. But I say, this is an honor. To die in service to God, fighting for what we believe in. There is no traitor.
You ever see someone do that before? I have.
Run back now.
Altair, here. Take this. I've been looking everywhere for you. Now I can finally return to Masyaf. Last time I offered to do someone a favor.
The English king and his infidel army. They leave horrors in their wake. Saladin rides.
You have no business here. Leave.
My family, sick and dying. Could you spare a few coins? No, I have nothing.
you blind?
Please, sir, have any money? A few coins. All I ask is for a few coins. No, you don't understand. I have nothing. I beg of you.
I wish to see him, to hear him speak.
It can be arranged, but we must be careful. There are still those who reject illumination. They would harm him.
Then they are ignorant and afraid.
You seem sincere, but how do I know I can trust you?
It hurts me to even hear you ask the question.
Very well. We gather each day in the madrasa. He comes to speak, and then leads us into the city, that we might cleanse it.
Could I join you then?
Understand that it is a difficult path we walk. Our work demands sacrifice.
I understand.
Then come and meet with us. Let us see how strong you really are.
Please, can't you spare something?
Evet, bu sefer elimizden kurtulduk. Bu sefer kaçmasına izin verme.
Just a few coins.
Waiting! He tempts us always! Be strong! Strong like Salahadin!
My good people, your search has come to an end.
Stand before you to deliver a warning! Should Richard take Jaffa,
Listen here,
there will be no stopping him!
I have many things.
Too many
You there! Yes, you! Come!
The shaitan is everywhere!
Yes, come.
Watching, waiting! He tempts us always! Be strong! Strong like Salahadin! Force him!
He looks like he's being chased by someone.
What news, Altair?
I've learned much about my enemy.
Share what you know then.
Jubair has become obsessed with purging the city of its knowledge.
A most terrible crime. Now I see why Al-Mualim wants you to remove him.
He's using the city scholars to assist him. They go out into the streets, harassing the people and collecting all their written works. I fear he intends to destroy them all.
He must be stopped.
That's why I'm here. He's to hold a meeting soon, at the Madrasa Al-Qallasa. It's where I'll go. It's where I'll take his life.
I'll leave you alone to prepare. Bring glory to the Brotherhood.
Fast-forwarding memory to a more recent one.
No, you don't understand. I have nothing.
To stand in defense of our great civilization. Make no mistake. It is our very existence we are fighting for. The infidel king would see us all wiped from the world. We must resist. The fires of war.
You shouldn't be here. Be gone. Away with you.
Pay for your sins. İşte kaçıyor. Durdurun. Kaçman fayda etmez. Kime bu? Gel buraya. Bu tarafa. Gel buraya. Geber kafir. Çekil önümden. Kime boynunu tutuyorsun? Kaçman fayda etmez. Kime boyun eğmek istiyorsun?
When you have been exposed, killing some of your...
What news, Altair?
I've learned much about my enemy.
Share what you know then.
Jubair has become obsessed with purging the city of its knowledge.
A most terrible crime. Now I see why Al-Mualim wants you to remove him.
He's using the city scholars to assist him. They go out into the streets, harassing the people and collecting all their written works. I fear he intends to destroy them all.
He must be stopped.
That's why I'm here. He's to hold a meeting soon, at the Madrasa Al-Qallasa. It's where I'll go. It's where I'll take his life.
I'll leave you alone to prepare. Bring glory to the Brotherhood.
Fast-forwarding memory to a more recent one.
going to cause trouble. Infidels! They go against the will of God and must be made to pay! Everywhere they rise.
What is wrong with you?
This is a crusade! A crusade for what?
Please, don't do that again. He just ran into
Leave now, or I'll make you.
Every single text in this city must be destroyed.
My friend, you must not do this. Much knowledge rests within these parchments, put there by our ancestors for good reason.
And what reason is this?
They are beacons, meant to guide us, to save us from the darkness that is ignorance.
No, these bits of paper are covered in lies. They poison your minds, and so long as they exist, you cannot hope to see the world the way it truly is.
How can you accuse these scrolls of being weapons? They are tools of learning.
You turn to them for answers and salvation. You rely more upon them than yourselves. This makes you weak and stupid. You trust in words, drops of ink. Do you ever stop to think of who put them there? Or why? No, you simply accept their words without question. And what if those words speak falsely? As they often do. This is dangerous.
You are wrong. These texts give the gift of knowledge. We need them.
You love your precious writings. You do anything for them?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Then join them! Any man who speaks as he is just as much a threat. Do any else among you wish to challenge me? Good! Your orders are simple enough. Go out into the city, collect any remaining writings and add them to the piles in the streets. When you're done, we'll send a cart to collect them, that they may be destroyed.
Go away!
Fools must leave the peasant before I make Richard takes Jaffa, there will be...
So, good people of Damas, you are doing the right thing. Let us cleanse this city of its poisoned past.
Forbidden for you to see how I handle this. Come back here. Kill him.
You can create diversions with dead bodies.
You've something to say?
The land, and thousands of lives are lost in its defense. It seems a tragedy, but I say this is an honor. Today is a glorious day.
I'll have your head. Get out of my way.
We must fight them in any way we can!
Good people of Damas, you are doing the right thing. Let us cleanse this city of its poisoned past. This is a righteous act, and from the flames shall be born a new era, one of truth and unity, governed by a singular wisdom. Why have you done this?
Men must be free to do what they believe. It is not our right to punish one for thinking what they do, no matter how much we disagree.
Then what?
You of all people should know the answer. Educate them. Teach them right from wrong. It must be knowledge that frees them, not force.
They do not learn, fixed in their ways as they are. You are naive to think otherwise. It's an illness for which there is but one cure.
You're wrong, and that's why you must be put to rest.
Am I not unlike those precious books you seek to save? A source of knowledge with which you disagree, yet you're rather quick to steal my life.
A small sacrifice to save many. It is necessary.
Is it not ancient scrolls that inspire the Crusaders? That fill Salah ad-Din and his men with a sense of righteous fury? Their texts endanger others, bring death in their wake. I too was making a small sacrifice. It matters little now. Your deed is done, and so am I.
You cannot run! Who did this? You will not get away from me!
Shouldn't be here. Be gone.
Stop running! You cannot escape! Stay on him! What are you doing? Now won't be trampled! Don't get away from me! No way out! Stop running! You
Altair, tell me you've met with success.
Yes. Jubair's fires are extinguished. His life as well.
Excellent news. I had no doubt you'd succeed.
You should have seen it. The scholars followed him so readily. It wasn't just books they fed to fire either, but any man who opposed them.
Such ignorance breeds only evil. You've done a good thing this day.
As with my other targets, he believed he was doing the right thing, clearing a path to a better future.
Of course he would. Such is the landscape of a madman's mind.
The things I've seen these past few weeks, it's as if all the land has gone mad.
And this is why we fight to end the war, that sanity might return. The people are desperate for direction. It's easy for men like Jubair to prey on this and turn them towards evil. You should go, Altair. Return to Al-Mualim. Tell him what you saw. Let him know the good you've done this day.
Safety and peace, Rafiq.
Upon you as well.
Fast-forwarding memory to a more recent one.
Not a lot of time, Vidic. Understand there's a narrow launch window. Wherever it's hidden, time to retrieve it.
Working on it.
And when it's done,
He'll be taken care of.
I want that progress report by tomorrow morning.
I've got some work I need to do. So you've got the rest of the night to yourself.
I think there's a problem with the Animus.
Nope, it's working fine.
I'm pretty sure it just ejected me
I'm
when
pretty sure you should shut up.
You ready to finally tell me what's going on?
We have to stop them, Desmond. When they access that last memory of yours, they're just getting started. They want to change everything. The way we live, the way we think, the way we are. You've gotten the lecture from Vidic about what's wrong with the world, how we need order and discipline, so they're going to give it to us. Only we don't have a say in the matter.
How?
The Templar treasure. They think it...
Miss Stillman?
I'm here.
I need you to upload Desmond's files to the database.
Got it.
So what? You're using me to find this Templar treasure? What do they call it? The Peace of Eden?
Yes.
Well, it's looking like it's at Messiah, so I don't know why they're wasting all this time with me. Why don't they just send their people to pick it up?
They can't. It's not that simple. The artifact from Messiah, they had it. It was destroyed in the accident.
Then what are they hoping for me? For my ancestor to tell them?
They're hoping he'll show them where the other ones are.
You mean there's more than one of these things?
Oh, Desmond, you have no idea.
Is there a problem, Miss
No,
Stillman?
Warren. Everything's Denver on my end.
Then, where are the files?
I've got to move these files before he gets suspicious. We'll talk more later.
Wait, what's that mean, everything's Denver?
It means everything's fine.
Why Denver?
It's a reference to Denver International Airport. There's an underground facility there. It's where the accident happened.
Time's wasting, Mr. Miles.
Yeah, I'm coming.
We're nearly done, you know.
And then what?
You'll see. Maybe they'll even let you watch when it begins. It's not as terrible as you think.
Look, I know you're not gonna let me leave. So why not tell me what's going on? Humor me.
I'm not an idiot, Mr. Miles. I think you've already learned quite a bit.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course not.
All right, let me ask you something else then.
Yes?
Some of the stuff I'm seeing in the Animus, sometimes it seems wrong. Untrue, like the history is off somehow. It doesn't...
It doesn't what, Mr. Miles? Match up with what you read on an online encyclopedia? What your high school history teacher taught you? Let me ask you something. Do these supposed experts have access to secret knowledge kept hidden from the rest of us?
There are books, letters, documents, all sorts of source material from back then. Some of it seems to contradict what the Animus is showing me.
Anyone can write a book, and they can put whatever they want on its pages. Anything. Used to be, we thought the world was flat.
Some people still do.
Yes, and they publish books about it. Or that the moon landing was a hoax. I believe there's also a book claims the world was created in 7 days. A bestseller, too.
Where's this going, Doc?
The point, I suppose, is that you shouldn't trust everything you hear, everything you read. What's that your ancestors said? Nothing is true?
Everything is permitted.
Yes, exactly. It's part of what makes the Animus so spectacular. There's no room for misinterpretation.
There's always room.
Touché, Mr. Miles. Now that I've answered your question, can we begin?
Use counterattacks when faced with multiple enemies.
My student, we have much to discuss. We are close, Altair. Robert de Sable is now all that stands between us and victory. It is his mouth gives the orders. His hand pays the gold. With him dies the knowledge of the Templar treasure and any threat it might pose.
I still don't understand how a simple bit of treasure could cause so much chaos.
The Peace of Eden is temptation given form. Merely look at what it's done to Robert. Once he tasted of its power, the thing consumed him. He saw not a dangerous weapon to be destroyed, but a tool. One that would help him realize his life's ambition.
He dreamed of power then?
Yes and no. He dreamed, still dreams. Like us, of peace.
But this is a man who sought to see the Holy Land consumed by war.
No, Altair. How can you not see when you're the one that opened my eyes to this?
What do you mean?
What do he and his followers want? A world in which all men are united. I do not despise his goal. I share it. But I take issue with the means. Peace is something to be learned, to be understood, to be embraced.
He would force it.
And rob us of our free will in the process.
Strange to think of him in this way.
Never harbor hate for your victims, Altair. Such thoughts are poison and will cloud your judgment.
Could he not be convinced then to end his mad quest?
I spoke to him in my way through you. What was each killing if not a message? But he has chosen to ignore us.
Then there's only one thing left to do.
Jerusalem is where you faced him first. It's where you'll find him now. Let this final offering lend you strength. Go, Altair. It's time to finish this.
often gets a second chance to strike.
What is that fool running from? What's got into him?
Ladders are a socially acceptable way to reach a room.
Safety and peace, Altair.
Upon you as well, brother.
Seems fate has a funny way with things.
So it's true then. Robert de Sable is in Jerusalem.
I've seen the knights myself.
Only misfortune follows that man. If he's here, it's because he intends ill. I won't give him the chance to act.
Do not let vengeance cloud your thoughts, brother. We both know no good can come of that.
I have not forgotten. You have nothing to fear. I do not seek revenge, but knowledge.
Truly you are not the man I once knew.
My work has taught me many things, revealed secrets to me. But there are still pieces of this puzzle I do not possess.
What do you mean?
All the men I've laid to rest have worked together, united by this man. Robert has designs upon the land. This much I know for certain. But how and why, when and where, these things remain out of reach.
Crusaders and Saracens working together?
They are none of these things, but something else. Templars.
The Templars are a part of the Crusader army.
Or so they'd like King Richard to believe. No, their only allegiance is to Robert de Sable and some mad idea that they will stop the war.
You spin a strange tale.
You have no idea, Malik. But tell me where they've been seen. I should be after him before he slips away.
3 places I can say for certain. West of here, near both a guard tower and a hospital. And to the southwest, at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. See what you can learn. I will do the same.
I'll be quick as I can.
Stay safe, my friend.
Such a strange man.
Left option! Cover!
Maybe you have...
I was wondering when you'd arrive.
Please, can't you spare something? I'm poor and sick and hungry.
Safety and peace, Master. Have you seen all the vile Templars in town? I have been ordered to kill as many as I can before the burial of your latest victim, Majd Udin. I am sure if it were your mission, it would be done in no time. I have learned much while looking for those Templars. I will share valuable information with you when you get back.
I need food. I'm so hungry. Just a little money, I beg of you. Please, sir, I have no money. My family is sick and dying. Could you spare a few coins? No, you don't understand. I have nothing. My family is sick and dying.
Take yourself.
Hırsızlık yapmanın cezası kavuşuyum.
ردوها عليك.
أيها السماء سوف تموت.
I need food. I'm so hungry. Just a little money, I beg of you. No, please don't leave. Just a few coins, please. Please, can't you spare something? I'm poor and sick and hungry. I need food. I'm so hungry. Just a little money, I beg of you.
Condemn me! Leave me alone!
Stand upon a threshold. To cross it is to usher in an age of peace between all men.
How about you turn around and go away?
Please, sir, have any money? A few coins. All I ask is for...
I know now why I joined our clan. Just to be in your presence is a gift from God. This is what I have learned about Robert's men. They are well prepared for battle. To fight them all at once would be unwise. Better to let them chase you for a while before striking back. But it is disrespectful for me to tell a master how he should behave in combat. Forgive me, master.
I have nothing. Now why would you be in such a rush?
For too long, we have drawn lines across the land,
can't you spare
spilled the
something?
blood of those we once called friends. We have all suffered because of this. But now we are offered a chance at redemption, a chance to begin anew. Let us make peace with the Crusaders. Let us live as one. We must be strong, we must be brave, and we must find the courage to face those we once called our enemies and now instead call them friends. The Crusaders come to Jerusalem, bringing with them an opportunity to end the fighting, to stop the war. That we may stand as one, we must not turn them away.
I beg of you, just a few coins, please. All I ask is for a few coins. No, you don't understand. I have nothing.
You speak of peace, but your words are hollow.
No. I speak the truth. Why would you say other?
You're a Templar.
So I am?
Then you are also a liar and a fraud, just like your master. Where is he? What does he intend?
It's peace he seeks, I swear it. And the proof is in his actions. A Christian at a Muslim's funeral. We want an end to all of this.
Only because it serves your needs.
But this is a noble thing we want. The land will be united beneath our banner.
United through force. You'd enslave us all.
It is for the best.
No, it's not. And so long as my brothers and I breathe, you will not succeed.
No, you don't understand. I have nothing.
إذا رأيتموه لا تدعوه يا.
My family is sick and dying. Could you spare a few coins?
Now why would you be in such a...
لا يوجد مهرب أيها الرجل العجوز.
Help! I need help! Please,
A
anyone!
few coins. All I ask is for a few coins. I need food. I'm so hungry. Just a little money, I beg of you.
Leave, peasant, before I make you.
Don't hurt me, please!
He should stop acting like a child.
أنت تقتل وحدك.
سوف تموت هنا.
He's not the last of them. I hope so. Still, best not to take any chances. I'll hurry home. Don't think I'll leave it again anytime soon, either. You've done me a kindness, young man. Be assured, I won't forget it.
What happened to you?
Gözünüzü dört açın, geri dönecekler.
Somebody do something!
لن يكون ذلك.
Seni gözü kapalı bile yeter. Beni yenemeyecekler.
You had no right to do that.
Who would do such an awful thing?
Where is the one responsible?
Where is the one responsible?
Take the map I've given you and see that the guards are placed accordingly. We'll be safe enough during the procession. It's the burial that worries me. Easy for our enemies to hide amongst the crowd.
If you're so concerned, why not post your own men? Search the site yourselves.
Our presence here has caused enough chaos. I can only imagine how the people would react, seeing Crusader soldiers marching across their holy ground.
Then perhaps you should not attend at all.
He was our friend and brother, and we will honor him as he passes from this world. You insult me by suggesting otherwise.
I'll post the men. I don't want trouble either.
Then stop trying to make it, and do as you've been asked.
قلت أمثالك وين أمثالهم
Who could have done such a thing?
Huh? Show yourself! Who saw what happened
Responsible!
I wonder what happened.
Who did this?
Who could have done such a
What happened to this one? All right, where are you?
You are not allowed to be here. Leave.
Fighters!
أنتم تتبعون إلها زائد.
Hırsızlık yapmanın cezası ölümdür.
Help! I need help! Please, anyone!
أنتم تتبعون إلها زائدا.
Stop this, please! You're hurting me!
İstediğimizi yaparız, tamam mı?
أنتم تتبعون إلها زائدا.
Kime boyun eğmek istiyorsun?
I need help!
Gel buraya!
Anyone!
أنتم تتبعون إلها
Gel buraya! Seni gözüm kapalı bile yenerim. Kaçmasına izin vermeyin. Kaybetmeyin onu. Seni gözüm kapalı bile. Seni gözüm kapalı bile.
أنتم تتبعون إلها زائدا.
I've done nothing wrong! Why are you doing this?
Turn back now.
Did you see them? No, but I've heard the whispers. Is it true? Crusader Knights in Jerusalem?
It is.
And?
Different from the others. Finely dressed and bearing expensive gifts.
We should relieve them of this burden.
They've made camp near David's citadel, close to the cemetery.
To attend a funeral?
So it seems.
Then let us visit their camp while they pay their respects.
this, please! You're hurting me!
Hırsızlık yapmanın cezası ölümdür. Bir şey mi lazım?
Don't hurt me, please! Why are you doing this?
I'll get you! You will not get away from me!
I only wish my sons were half as brave as you. I'll see to it that we hear this tale and know what it is to be a true hero.
How irresponsible of you. Please, can't you spare something? I'm poor and sick and hungry. Something? I'm poor and sick and hungry.
Hırsızlar dar ağacına müstahak.
What is it that you want?
You're hurting me.
أخرى بن وزير.
تريد أن تموت؟ فليكن
God, you've saved me. All the city will know of your sacrifice. I beg of you. I beg of you, just a few coins, please. No, please don't leave. Just a few coins, please.
Altair, my friend, you must help me. Malik has tasked me with killing several archers posted in the region, so that our brothers might move around more easily. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem, but this funeral has everyone on edge. The city guard has dispatched its best men to keep the peace, and I simply don't have the skill to remove them. I'd ask 2 favors of you then. First, to kill the bowmen, and second, do not tell Malik of my failure. In exchange, I'll see what I can learn of Robert's plans.
Get him!
No, you don't understand. I have nothing. I beg of you. I beg of you, just a few coins, please. Please, can't you spare something? I'm poor and sick and
He's going to hurt himself. When he does,
I'm forever grateful for your aid. Malik would never have forgiven me. Here's what I've learned. For a man such as myself, a direct assault in the cemetery would be impossible. There's simply too many guards. Instead, I'd look to blend in with the scholars who are sure to be in attendance. It may not be the most direct approach, but it's certainly safer.
Thank you. I'll find a way to repay this kindness, I swear it.
Who's responsible for this?
I'd leave if I were you, before I really get angry. Leave now! I'll have your head!
Just a little money, I beg of you.
You are not allowed to be here.
You will not get away from me! Ha!
What? Who's done this? Tell me!
Who saw what happened here?
All I ask is for a few coins. That man did. No, you don't understand. I have No, please don't leave. Just a few coins, please.
Evvelki sefer elimizden kurtuldu. Bu sefer kaçmasına izin vermeyelim.
No, you don't understand. I have nothing.
Good to see you, brother. I trust you're here for the funeral. Or for Robert, rather. I've kept my eyes and ears open, but I've nothing to report. Things are quiet here. Perhaps Tariq has seen or heard something you can use. He's stationed not far from here. Go to him. See what knowledge he has.
My family is sick and dying.
Geçen sefer
Could you spare
şanslıydı.
a few coins?
Ama bu sefer değil.
هل أصابه الجنون؟
It's forbidden for you to be here.
Excellent timing, Altair. I found something you'll find quite useful. Orders for Robert's guards. This map I've made will show you where he intends to station them. Put it to good use.
I beg of you, just a few coins, please.
Praise be Salah-ad-Din! He has found the strength to stand in defense of our great civilization.
Is there a reason for him to do that?
It is our very existence we are fighting for. The infidel king would see us all wiped from the world. We must resist. We must push back. I stand before you to
You've the scent of success about you, brother.
I've learned much about our enemy.
Share your knowledge then. Let us see what can be done with it.
Robert and his Templars walked the city. They've come to pay their respects to Majd ud-Din. They'll attend his funeral, which means so will I.
What is this that Templars would attend his funeral?
I have yet to divine their true intentions, though I'll have a confession in time. The citizens themselves are divided. Many call for their lives. Still others insist that they are here to parley, to make peace.
Peace?
I told you. The others I've slain have said as much to me.
That would make them our allies. And yet we killed them.
Make no mistake, we are nothing like these men. Though their goal sounds noble, the means by which they'd achieve it are not. At least, that's what Al-Mualim told me.
So what is your plan?
I'll attend the funeral and confront Robert.
The sooner the better. Fortune favor your blade, brother.
Malik, before I go, there's something I should say.
Be out with it.
I've been a fool.
Normally I'd make no argument, but what is this? What are you talking about?
All this time, I never told you I was sorry. Too damn proud. You lost your arm because of me. Lost Qadar. You had every right to be angry.
I do not accept your apology.
I understand.
No, you don't. I do not accept your apology because you are not the same man who went with me into Solomon's temple. And so you have nothing to apologize for.
Malik.
Perhaps if I had not been so envious of you, I would not have been so careless myself. I'm just as much to blame.
Don't say such things.
We are one. As we share the glory of our victories, so too should we share the pain of our defeat. In this way, we grow closer. We grow stronger.
Thank you, brother.
Rest if you need to, Altair, that you might be ready for what lies ahead.
Fast-forwarding memory to a more recent one.
Come no further.
I beg of you, just a few coins, please. A few coins, all I ask.
Over here!
Stop! You must not trespass here.
سوف أنبهك إذا رأيته يمر بالجوار. لن يبعد كثيرا. أنا متأكد جدا إنه لم يغادر المدينة. أو الشيء السديد الذي كان ينبغي فعله.
Leave now!
You shouldn't be here. Be gone.
لن يخدعنا أبدا.
Leave, peasant, before I make you. Away with you.
Infidel!
Yeah.
You are not allowed to be here. Leave.
I have nothing. I beg of you, just a few coins, please. No, you don't understand.
I stand before you to deliver a warning. Should Richard take Jaffa, there will be no stopping him.
We gather here to mourn the loss of our beloved Majd-ud-Din. Taken too soon from this world. I know you feel sorrow and pain at his passing, but you should not. For just as we are all brought forth from the womb, so too must we all one day pass from this world. It is only natural, like the rising and the setting of the sun. Take this moment to reflect on his life and give thanks for all the good he did. Know that one day you will stand with him again in paradise.
Amen.
As you know, this man was murdered. We have tried to track his killer, but it has proved difficult. These creatures cling to the shadows and run from any who would face them fairly. But not today. For since one stands among us, he mocks us with his presence and must be made to pay. Seize him! Bring him forward that God's justice might be done!
أردت الأمر على ذلك
Seni gözün kapalı bile yeter. Beni yenemeyecek. Kaçman fayda etmez. Gel buraya.
You will not get away from me! Get him! Get
I would see your eyes before you die.
I sense you expected someone else.
What sorcery is this?
No sorcery. We knew you'd come. Robert needed to be sure he'd have time to get away.
So he flees.
We cannot deny your success. You have laid waste to our plans. First the treasure, then our men. Control of the Holy Land slipped away. But then he saw an opportunity to reclaim what has been stolen, to turn your victories to our advantage.
Al-Mualim still holds your treasure, and we've routed your army before. Whatever Robert plans, he'll fail again.
Ah, but it's not just Templars you'll contend with now.
Speak sense.
Robert rides for Asa to plead his case that Saracen and Crusader unite against the Assassins.
That will never happen. They have no reason to.
Had, perhaps. But now you've given them one. 9, in fact. The bodies you've left behind, victims on both sides. You've made the Assassins an enemy in common and ensured the annihilation of your entire order. Well done.
Not 9. 8.
What do you mean?
You are not my target. I will not take your life. You're free to go, but do not follow me.
I don't need to. You're already too late.
We'll see.
Kime boyun eğmek istiyorsun? Kaçmasına izin vermeyin. Kime boyun eğmek istiyorsun? Çekil önümden, kaçmasına izin vermeyin.
no greater glory than this!
It was a trap.
I had heard the funeral turned to chaos. What happened?
Robert de Sable was never here. He sent another in his stead. He was expecting me.
You must go to Al-Mualim.
There's no time. She told me where he's gone, what he plans. If I return to Masyaf, he might succeed. And then, I fear we'll be destroyed.
We have killed most of his men. He cannot hope to mount a proper attack. Wait, did you say she?
Yes, it was a woman. Strange, I know. But that's for another time. For now, we must focus on Robert. We may have thinned his ranks, but the man is clever. He goes to plead his case to Richard and Salah ad-Din, to unite them against the common enemy. Against us.
Surely you're mistaken. This makes no sense. These two men would never...
Oh, but they would. And we have ourselves to blame. The men I've killed, men on both sides of the conflict, men important to both leaders. Robert's plan may be ambitious, but it makes sense. And it could work.
Look, brother. Things have changed. You must return to Masyaf. We cannot act without our master's permission. It could compromise the Brotherhood. I thought you had learned this.
Stop hiding behind words, Malik. You wield the creed and its tenets like some shield. He's keeping things from us. Important things. You were the one told me we could never know anything, only suspect. Well, I suspect this business with the Templars goes deeper. When I'm done with Robert, I will ride for Masyaf that we may have answers. But perhaps you could go now.
I cannot leave the city.
Then walk amongst its people. Seek out those who served the ones I slew. Learn what you can. You call yourself perceptive. Perhaps you'll see something I could not.
I don't know. I must think on this.
Do as you must, my friend. But it's time I ride for Arsuf. Every moment I delay, our enemy gets one step ahead of me.
Be careful, brother.
I will be. I promise.
What a fool.
You can use stealth kills to create a distraction.
Yeah!
Use counterattacks when faced with multiple enemies.
Come out and fight! Over here! You're mine! That's impossible! Cover!
من الحشاش!
He won't get away! إذا أردت الأمر على ذلك فسوف God is on my side. أيها This is a waste of time. You wish to die? You wish to die so bad.
How can one expect to defeat? This is a waste of my
You cannot run forever!
No chance against me. God is on my side.
Gardez l'œil ouvert. Il ne doit pas s'échapper.
I'm supposed to be afraid of any.
You'll be dead soon. He thinks he can flee.
You will never yield.
Come no further. Hold a moment. It's words I bring, not steel.
Offering terms of surrender then. It's about time.
You misunderstand. It's Al-Mualim who sends me, not Salah ad-Din.
Assassin! What is the meaning of this? And be quick with it!
You've a traitor in your midst.
And he has hired you to kill me? Come to gloat about it before you strike? I wouldn't be taken so easily!
It's not you I've come to kill. It's him.
Speak then! That I may judge the truth! Who is this traitor?
Robert de Sable.
My lieutenant!
He aims to betray.
That's not the way he tells it. He seeks revenge against your people for the havoc you've wrought in Acre. And I am inclined to support him. Some of my best men were murdered by some of yours.
It was I who killed them, and for good reason. Hear me out. William of Montferrat. He sought to use his soldiers to take Acre by force. Gagné de Naplouse. He would use his skills to indoctrinate and control any who resisted. Sabran. He intended to block the ports, preventing your kingdom from providing aid. They betrayed you, and they took their orders from Robert.
You expect me to believe this outlandish tale?
You knew these men, better than I. Are you truly surprised to learn of their ill intentions?
Is this true?
My liege, it is an assassin that stands before us. These creatures are masters of manipulation. Of course it isn't true.
I've no reason to deceive.
Oh, but you do. You're afraid of what will happen to your little fortress. Can it withstand the combined might of the Saracen and the Crusader army?
My concern is for the people of the Holy Land. If I must sacrifice myself for there to be peace, so be it.
This is a strange place we find ourselves in. Each of you accusing the other.
There really is no time for this. I must be off to meet with Saladin and enlist his aid. The longer we delay, the harder this will become.
Hold a moment, Robert.
Why? What do you intend? Surely you do not believe him?
It is a difficult decision, one I cannot make alone. I must leave it in the hands of one wiser than I.
Thank you.
No, Robert, not you.
Then who?
The Lord. Let this be decided by combat. Surely God will side with the one whose cause is righteous.
If this is what you wish.
It is.
So be it. To arms, assassin!
Je vais t'étriper! Je te tire! Je vais te Adona! Tu vas me payer cher. Puisse le Seigneur me donner la force dont j'ai besoin. Du magst es noch nicht wissen, aber du hast mourir. Tu me fais perdre mon temps. Nichts gegen.
The time for games is ended.
It's done then. Your schemes, like you, are put to rest.
You know nothing of schemes. You're but a puppet. He betrayed you, boy. Just as he betrayed me.
Speak sense, Templar. Or not at all.
9 men he sent you to kill, yes? The 9 who guarded the treasure's secret.
What of it?
It wasn't 9 who found the treasure, assassin. Not 9, but 10.
A 10th? None may live who carry the secret. Give me his name.
Oh, but you know him well. And I doubt very much you'd take his life as willingly as you've taken mine.
Who?
It is your master, Al-Mualim.
But he is not a Templar.
Did you never wonder how it is he knew so much? Where to find us, how many we numbered, what we aspired to attain?
He is the master of the assassins.
Oui, master of lies. You and I just 2 more pawns in his grand game. And now, with my death, only you remain. Do you think he'll let you live, knowing what you do?
I've no interest in the treasure.
Ah, but he does. The only difference between your master and I is that he did not want to share.
No.
Ironic, isn't it? That I, your greatest enemy, kept you safe from harm. But now you've taken my life, and in the process, ended your own.
Well fought, assassin. It seems God favors your cause this day.
God had nothing to do with it. I was the better fighter.
You may not believe in him, but it seems he believes in you. Before you go, I have a question.
Ask it then.
Why? Why travel all this way? Risk your life 1,000 times, all to kill a single man.
He threatened my brothers and what we stand for.
Vengeance then?
No, not vengeance. Justice, that there might be peace.
This is what you fight for? Peace? Do you see the contradiction?
Some men cannot be reasoned.
Like that madman, Saladin.
I think he'd like to see an end to this war as much as you.
So I've heard, but never seen.
Even if he doesn't say it, it's what the people want. Saracen and Crusader alike.
The people know not what they want. It's why they turn to men like us.
Then it falls to men like you to do what is right.
Nonsense. We come into the world kicking and screaming, violent and unstable. It is what we are. We cannot help ourselves.
No. We are what we choose to be.
Your kind. Always playing with words.
I speak the truth. There's no trick to be found here.
We'll know soon enough. But I fear you cannot have what you desire this day. Even now, that heathen Saladin cuts through my men and I must attend to them. But perhaps, having seen how vulnerable he is, he will reconsider his actions. Yes, in time, what you seek may be possible.
You were no more secure than him. Do not forget that. The men you left behind to rule in your stead did not intend to serve you for longer than they had to.
Yes. I am well aware.
Then I'll take my leave. My master and I have much to discuss. It seems that even he is not without fault.
He is only human, as are we all. You as well.
Safety and peace be upon you.
I said get up, goddammit! Listen!
Oh no.
Seems your assassin friends found us.
What?
How'd you... Do it, Desmond.
Hey, look, I don't know what you're talking about, but whatever's going on down there has got nothing to do with me.
They're here for you, and I sure as shit didn't invite them. What's the situation down there?
We're taking heavy fire.
Can you contain it? Or do I need to evacuate the prisoner?
Only 5 or 6. We've got them outnumbered. Couple of wounded, but we'll pull through. We'll get it under control.
God damn you, Desmond. You couldn't leave well enough alone.
I told you I had nothing to do with this. How would I even contact them? Telepathy? Come on.
Doesn't matter. They'll be dead soon enough. Here, have a listen.
That's been neutralized.
Looks like the cavalry won't be coming.
Dunno, Doc. We're freaking out a minute ago. Your little research facility not as secure as you thought it was? Worried they'll be back with more?
I don't think so, Desmond.
What Lucy here is trying to say is that there aren't any assassins left to come for you. We've been very busy this past year, hunting down your little enclaves, your desert communes and whatnot. I'm afraid you're on your own. Rest up, Mr. Miles. Tomorrow, we finish this.
I'm sorry, Desmond.
You mentioned the desert. Do you think...
They sent a team there, but the place was deserted. I don't know where your parents are, and I can't promise they're still alive. But I think they got away.
Thanks. Thanks for checking.
It's not as bad as it seems.
What are you talking about? They just killed, literally killed, my only chance of getting out of here. And then I find out the assassins are all but destroyed, and Christ, I still don't know what these people are planning. But I do know they plan to kill me when they're done. I am screwed, okay? What do you want me to do?
Just try and have a little faith. Have faith. Rest up, Desmond. You're gonna need the energy.
Get up.
Even earlier than usual, Doc.
I'd like to get this over with as quickly as possible.
If you say so.
Don't be so glum, Mr. Miles. Today is a historic day. One that will be remembered for years to come. Remembered by some of us, anyway.
When you're out of knives, refill your stock.
Where is everyone?
Gone to see the Master.
Was it the Templars? Did they attack again?
They walk the path.
What path? What are you talking about?
Towards the light.
Speak sense.
There is only what the Master shows us. This is the truth.
You've lost your mind.
You too will walk the path, or you will perish. So the Master commands.
It was Al-Mualim, wasn't it? What's he done to you?
Praise be to the Master, for he has led us to the light.
You're mine! Don't let him get away!
As the Master commands, all the light! Kill the traitor!
For the Master!
He does not walk the path! Destroy him!
You can't escape!
Altair! Up here!
You picked a fine time to arrive.
So it seems.
Guard yourself well, friend. Al-Mualim has betrayed us.
Yes. Betrayed his Templar allies as well.
How do you know?
After we spoke, I returned to the ruins beneath Solomon's temple. Robert had kept a journal, filled its pages with revelations. What I read there broke my heart. But it also opened my eyes. You were right, Altair. All along our master has used us. We were not meant to save the Holy Land, but deliver it to him. He must be stopped.
Be careful, Malik. What he's done to the others, he'll do to us given the chance. You must stay far from him.
What would you propose? My blade arm is still strong and my men remain my own. It would be a mistake not to use us.
Distract these thralls, then. Assault the fortress from behind. If you can draw their attention away from me, I might reach Al-Mualim.
I will do as you ask, Dai.
The men we face, their minds are not their own. If you can avoid killing them.
Yes. Though he has betrayed the tenets of the Creed, it does not mean we must as well. I'll do what I can.
It's all I ask. Safety and peace, my friend.
Your presence here will deliver us both.
There are so many innocents. I must be careful not to harm them.
What's happening?
So, the student returns.
I've never been one to run.
Never been one to listen either.
I still live because of it.
What will I do with you?
Let me go.
Oh, Altair. I hear the hatred in your voice. Feel its heat. Let you go?
Well, that would be unwise.
Why are you doing this?
I found proof.
Proof of what?
That nothing is true. And everything is permitted. Come. Destroy the betrayer. Send him from this world.
When you have been exposed, killing some of your...
Stop him! Don't let him get away!
Face me! Or are you afraid?
I have stood before 1,000 men, all of them superior to you, and all of them dead, by my hand. I am not afraid.
Prove it.
What could I possibly fear? Look at the power I command. Have you any final words?
You lied to me. Called Robert's goal foul when all along it was yours as well.
I've never been much good at sharing.
You won't succeed. Others will find the strength to stand against you.
And this is why, so long as men maintain free will, there can be no peace.
I killed the last man who spoke as such.
Bold words, boy. But just words.
Then let me go. I'll put words into action. Tell me, Master, why did you not make me like the other assassins? Why allow me to retain my mind?
Who you are and what you do are twined too tight together. To rob you of one would have deprived me of the other.
and those Templars had to die. But the truth is, I did try. In my study, when I showed you the treasure. But you are not like the others. You saw through the illusion. Illusion? That's all it's ever done. This Templar treasure, this piece of Eden, this word of God. Do you understand now? Red Sea was never parted. Water never turned to wine. It was not the machinations of Iris that spawned the Trojan War, but this! Illusions! All of them!
What you plan is no less an illusion. To force men to follow you against their will.
Is it any less real than the phantoms the Saracens and Crusaders follow now? Those craven gods who retreat from this world that men might slaughter one another in their names? They live amongst an illusion already. I'm simply giving them another. One that demands less blood.
At least they choose these phantoms.
Or do they? Aside from the occasional convert or heretic?
It isn't right.
Ah, and now logic has left you. In its place, you embrace emotion. I am disappointed.
What's to be done then?
You will not follow me, and I cannot compel you.
And you refuse to give up this evil scheme.
It seems then we are at an impasse.
No, we are at an end.
I will miss you, Altair. You were my very best student. Blind, Altair. Blind is all you've ever been. All you'll ever be.
My blade seems formy on the way. It cuts through the dark.
The short blade is best for quickly fending off
Blind, Altair. Blind is all you've ever been. All you'll ever be.
My blade sees formy on the levels. It cuts through the darkness.
impossible. The student does not defeat the teacher.
الشيء واقع مطلق بل كل ممكن.
So it seems. You have won then. Go and claim your prize.
You held fire in your hand, old man. It should have been destroyed.
Destroy the only thing capable of ending the Crusades and creating true peace? Never.
Then I will.
We'll see about that. I applied my heart to know wisdom, and to know madness and folly. I perceived that this also was a chasing after wind, for in much wisdom is much grief. And he that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow. Destroy it! Destroy it as you said you would!
I can't.
Yes, you can, Altair. But you won't.
We've got it.
What the hell was that?
Well?
We've got the map.
How many?
At least half a dozen.
We don't need them all.
We should assume some amount of decay. I can't imagine they'll all still be functioning. At least 2 appear to reside on land masses that no longer exist.
We'll dispatch teams to each site and determine viability. We only need 1, after all.
What about the rest?
Collect them. Let's not leave anything to chance. Last thing we need is some damn survivor making trouble for us in the new world.
And the assassin?
We have what we need. Kill him.
Wait. You know how these things work. I doubt we'll be able to walk right in.
What's your point?
We might need him. His memories. I'd recommend we hold him until we have confirmation that there aren't any surprises waiting for us at the sites.
This is a waste of time.
You said it yourself. We shouldn't leave anything to chance.
Very well. Ensure we have no further need of him, then kill him.
Fine. Stop undermining my authority!
I just saved your ass.
Let's go. We've got a lot of work to do. Don't get too comfortable, Mr. Miles. We'll be back for you soon enough.
What the hell is that? God. Looks like... Is that blood? The hell were they keeping here before me? And what happened to him? What does it mean, I wonder?